around somewhere around 20 months back, and right now we are roughly around touching around 3 million of revenue this financial year, and target is to grow higher. We have 40 customers who use us, and we have exclusivity with them. So it means they are binded with us for at least 3 years minimum. And product that we manage on our platform is over excess of 50,000 orders that we manage at this point of time. Our plan to grow is that we want to get into more community and affiliation-based support and using that platform as growing businesses. Our vision would be to obviously launch our own private label and also go in markets which are very new. Like we have Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Mauritius, Vietnam, small markets where we can pitch in our solutions and then they can extract value out of us. Thank you.
So when a big large client is coming to you, what's the immediate benefit they get after coming on your platform?
So what the immediate benefit that they get is, as a brand, your growth accelerates. So let's say they are all putting money in marketing, they are putting money on website. What we do is accelerate their growth. So let's say they are growing at, let's say, 7 to 10% at marketplace and to around say 20% on their own website. Our job is to increase that growth at least by 200-300%. Get them more return on ad spend, get them more conversion on their website, and get them more digital visibility. So it's a combination of three that they get from us, and all these factors actually lead to their business growth. That's why if you see our model, it's not a retainer model, it's a skin in the game model. It's they grow, we grow, we grow, they grow. And that's how we operate.
Sure. Thanks.
Just to add to Vikrant's question, how?
So,
Everything you just said, how?
So, as I was telling, what we do is we have our own website builder. So when you as a brand, you come to us, you use our platform, you make your own website. That website gives us data where you as a business owner collect that data, that which product is selling, where it is selling, who is buying, how much it is getting bought. We give you an actionable insight. Plus, we also do your digital marketing. So that data also plugs in. So I can tell you that if you have 3 categories of product, your third category of product is not getting any digital impact, so swipe is not happening. So can we phase this out, give them discount? So it's actual actionable insight that we give through the data that we have.
Which category of your own products? Have you done that analysis on your own company?
Sorry?
Have you done similar analysis on your own company? Can you tell me which of your different products are doing well in which markets and which are you not doing?
So right now we all have only Indian customers. We only right now serve only in India market Indian customers. What we have realized is that there is one fast fashion space and an accessory space which is growing fastest. Luxury and is gone phasing out because they are cottage industry. When in a accessory segment, the growth is extremely high for last 2 quarters. Fashion, fast fashion space, it is slowly plateauing now. So they are getting a growth of, let's say, 40-45% quarter on quarter. Like last year, they were getting 200-300% growth.
Right. What's your differentiator, and who's your biggest competitor?
Our biggest competitor?
Shopify, I don't think is your competitor. If you're looking at digital marketing insights, Shopify is not your competitor.
So we have 2 very big competitions. One is Find, which is just 100% acquired by Reliance now, and we actually sit next to them. And we have a Delhi-based company to call ANS Commerce. There are 2 competitions that are there. They are doing good. Everyone's doing good. But what we have is that the growth. In fact, we are able to get customers from them now because, again, I told making website is good, but getting revenue is most important.
So what I want to understand is, what is your biggest differentiator?
Our biggest differentiator is that we just don't manage the website, we also manage the digital and social space. So I have 360-degree visibility of the brand. So I can exactly tell you that you have to do this thing on social media, this thing on website, then only it's going to make money.
But Razorfish, Sapient, they are already doing that.
No, they are not doing on social media.
Everything they do. I used to manage that. But the point is not that. I think your biggest differentiator is your business model, not your platform.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Thanks.
Thanks, Amit. So that was 6 degree. Before we move to the next one, a small request for everyone. There's a slide amount of background noise when the founders are pitching. So could we please request everyone to keep their phones on silent and at least when the founder is pitching. Thank you.
Before we move on to the next pitch, I would like to welcome the new dignitaries who have joined us just now. We would like to welcome Mr. Ramesh Kaza, Head of Strategy and Transformation, International CIO of State Street. He is there. We would also like to welcome Mr. Vijay Rangineni, CEO, IT Investments, Government of Telangana. We would also like to welcome Gautam Goli from ATA. Thank you, and welcome all to other dignitaries who have joined us recently. We also have our guest of honor, Mr. Madhav Reddy, who has joined us. Request you all to please welcome Mr. Madhav Reddy. Thank you.
Moving on, the next startup that we have is Freestand. Unfortunately, the founders couldn't be present with us in person, so they sent us a video recording and they'll be available on Zoom for a short Q&A session.
Hi, I'm Kanrakan. Founder and CEO of Freestand. Hi, I'm Kanrakan. Founder. Hi, I'm Kanrakan. Founder and CEO of Freestand. Hi, I'm Kanrakan, founder and CEO of Freestand Cyber Solutions. Freestand.
Considering, we're having a slight issue with the audio, is it working?
Let's go to the next.
It's working. Is it working? Can you try?
Hi, I'm Kanrakan, founder and CEO of Freestand Cyber
Okay.
Solutions.
Sure.
Freestand is
Sure. So we had two video pitches, and like Vikrant just mentioned, we'll keep that to the end. So moving on, the next company that we have is Udbata, and we have the founder Anand with us here. So, yeah.
Does the slide change?
Okay, sure. Fine, that's okay. Yeah, so very good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. I represent Udbata. We are a tech startup based out of Hyderabad. Primarily our space is enterprise SaaS, but we are in the confluence of risk and also insurance later. So at a very high level, we would qualify for a reg tech or an insurtech space. So it's purely corporate. So a little more about us. We are a team of 15 members today.
both techies and consultants. At this moment, we have a client locked in, and we are looking at closing another 2 clients in the next 30 days. My background is in finance and risk management. I was earlier the chief risk officer of a NYSE listed Indian company, and my area of passion has been risk management. So that's where Udbata was born out of. Vijay is currently the co-founder, and he's also the technical lead. Please carry. When it comes to risk management, all of us as corporates, we understand that companies do manage risk. They've been doing it for a lot of time. But over the last few years, this activity has, started getting very complicated and also costly. So companies have largely been facing 2 types of challenges, if I may. The first is, responding to risks both with confidence and speed. And when we say this, it's a combination of, what do you have internally, what is available outside, a decision needs to be made, and am I, having that information available to me at my fingertips. And it's humanly not possible for us to do this manually anymore. The other is also to understand the true cost of risk. So it's not just what we got impacted by, but also, how long are we taking to respond to a risk, and are we doing a good job of optimizing the cost? Do I or do I not, for example, mitigate something from a corporate standpoint? So a combination of both of this obviously leads to a lot of losses for companies. You can move on. So much so that we believe that for a mid to large size companies could lose, millions of dollars every year. And at this moment, obviously, we can't give you specific company numbers estimates, but we have 2 publications. One is in 2017, Gartner estimated that the cost of lack of information on decisions could be as high as $9.7 million per company. And again, in 2018, the Risk and Insurance Management Society. So they believe that, the cost of insurable risk alone is 1% of sales. So it's our belief that, if you look at the ecosystem collectively, there's a lot of, risks impacting the company that's waiting to be, addressed in time. So our product or our solution, essentially, to first explain about what risk is and how risk management works, is if you imagine that there's a risk that I want to, take care of, say legal risk. I need to understand in what ways it can impact us. So I'm going to look at each of the aspects. I'm going to find a way to understand if we have inherent weaknesses in our company, in our systems. I design mitigation plans. I try to track whether those mitigations are happening, whether there are metrics that can give me insights as to whether things are worsening or getting better. I can use historical loss data. I can use, concepts like total cost of risk to figure out if it's really something that I need to invest more mitigation time and cost and effort into. Obviously, I want to review my reports and take my decisions in real time, right? So that's what typically a corporate goes through. Now imagine that this needs to be done for every risk, for every unit, for every geography, for every business segment, depending on how you're looking at. So humanly, it's become very impossible, practically impossible for companies to do good risk management without the software. And that's how softwares are born. That's how, Chorus is also present, Sir. So the way that we want to present Chorus, and this is the way that we're presenting to our clients, is to say that it helps you reduce your time to take a decision about risk, and directly and indirectly helps you manage the cost and impact of risks. And if we have to do this through a tool, basically there are 4 or 5 value levers that we present to organizations. First is, obviously, you're on top of risks anywhere in the world, from anywhere in the world, 24/7. You can dynamically analyze risks, prioritize them, and then deal with them. So at every, instant that management believes that things have to be prioritized, and that happens in the minds, but now there's a tool that can help you understand and, figure out where your priorities needs to go. You can expand this coverage. So today I may have, 1 unit, tomorrow I may have 10 units or 20 units. I seamlessly, expand the coverage, and this is at a fraction of cost or no cost. But the ones that make us different, and that's where we have, at least, a place to play, is try to get an outside intelligence that can connect to the way that we run our business. So that's something unique. I'll just talk about it in a minute. The way the clients get benefited, the way value flows to our clients, one is it's a straightforward, thing that you can't have multiple people added to the organization just to manage risk. So after a point in time, just adding an additional headcount is not going to help. So there is going to be benefits from optimization of FTEs. The second is because you're going to be responding to risks faster, quicker, there is going to be some benefit from potential impacts that you're going to save. And thirdly, more importantly, there's going to be, improved legal defense and also stakeholders and customer, defense, confidence that you're going to build. Please, Ken. So we know that we are not the first. We know that there are several, but our primary, differentiator is twofold. One is we are building a product that has a lot more than the traditional GRC modules. The peer analyzer, for example, is one such case where data is flowing in from, publicly available risk information. That's a very unique first in class. So we believe that 1/3 of our product roadmap is going to be first in class. And the second is because we've been in this space, we understand not only how to build a good product, but also what it takes to help clients succeed with that product. Okay. From a traction perspective, I think there's a long way to go, but from a traction perspective, we've locked in our first client a couple of months ago. We're hoping to close 2 more deals this month. We're looking at about $150,000 as we exit this year, but most of it is going to come from services because we want to manage burn. And next year, we're looking at about $600,000 to $700,000 of it. Okay. I'm going to pause here. There's still a long way to go, but I'm going to pause here and maybe move to the last but one slide, and I can take questions there. Yeah, that's it. I'll pause here and take questions.
This being a very laborious and legal time,
Yes.
right? So how do you solve that problem for the clients and the customers? Because it's not visual and it's very, legal terms are so complicated, right? So how is that different from the other products and other competitors?
No, so risks here, when we say enterprise risk, we mean 360 degrees, all kinds of risks, business, compliance, operations, strategy, all of them. What this tool does is it takes the thinking to the management level, which is at 10,000 level, if I can say, feet level. And you want to not understand one area very deep, but you want to make sure you're not missing out any area important. So I could have risks across my units. I could have 25, 30 units across the globe or geographies or businesses. So this is more about managing the width and managing the width in real time. The depth comes as you start building those, I call this as a mothership, and then you have the baby ships, if I can call that. That depth comes in, as we want to go deeper into one area.
So do you decide the
Yes.
level of we know what the risks are, but each one of us has different perception of that risk, right?
Yes.
So do you help to define that, or do you leave it to the management to decide what that perception?
So for people who have been, doing risk management for, say, several years, they've developed a certain lingo, they've developed a certain approach. One thing which I forgot to mention is that this is entirely in the non-financial sector. Our product is, we are not doing the BFSI space at all. And the reason is because we believe that here the penetration is extremely low and the opportunity to innovate is very high. So in this space, the general process of risk management doesn't change, but the industry elements can come up, right? So to answer your question, we could do both. So we could allow, the tool allows to adopt their initial, framework, or we could provide a framework because we understand that space.
I think that's your time.
Sure, thanks. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Anand. So that was Udbata. The next startup that we have is Unimart, and we have the founder Shaikh here.
Are we ready with the slides? Okay, hi. I'm Shaikh. I'm the founder and CEO of Unimart. Quick background about me. I started my career in the Indian Navy. I used to be a nuclear, biological, chemical warfare specialist. a helicopter operator, and the youngest officer in the history of the Navy to make it to staff rank. By the time I was 24 years of age, I was already handling 200-man teams, $100 million projects. Left that, started a few hotels in Goa, business did fabulously well, dropped all of that, did my MBA from INSEAD. Post INSEAD, I joined the Rocket Internet Group. I used to be the global managing director for cross-border e-commerce, managing 21 countries across LATAM, Africa, South Asia, and China. I established the entire business for Rocket and grew it massively. Came back to start Unimart. Let me tell you a story. In 1271, when Marco Polo started off to get spices and silk from China, it took him 24 years. Last week, my wife ordered a dress, and that got delivered from India to our house in Los Angeles in just 4 days. We enjoy incredible convenience thanks to the growth of platforms like Amazon and Shopify. Every country on earth is kind of dominated by 2-3 e-commerce platforms. That kind of restricts our visibility. What we don't realize is that across the world, the size of the market is phenomenal, dominated by about 30 e-commerce marketplaces. Just about 5 years ago, e-commerce was only about 5% of global commerce. Today, the size of, next slide please. Today, the size of global commerce is $50 trillion, and e-commerce is already 11% of it, which means we've crossed $5 trillion. And guess what is growing fastest in this? Cross-border e-commerce. When I started off cross-border e-commerce, I was one of the pioneers in the field. Cross-border e-commerce, hardly anybody knew. When we spoke, people spoke about exports. Today, cross-border e-commerce is roughly 20%. 1 in every 5 shipments flows cross-border. That's how big that market is. It's already 1 trillion. So, when you start, next slide, yeah. But here's the problem. When you want to sell on a new channel of sale, it costs you roughly $100,000 and 6 months, new technology team, and all that sort of stuff. Question is, why does it take so much? Next slide. Complicated, right? It's far more complicated for that brand to execute. When you start off, you start on Amazon. Why? Because Amazon does all these things for you. It sorted itself out in this nice little bouquet. All you need to do is focus on your product and sell, and you'll get your orders. What happens when you want to scale and you want to sell on more channels? This. You have to go through dozens of different solutions, understand what works for you, put it together, and then you're not sure whether you'll still scale. So you've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars, sometimes more, depending on the size of the business, and you're not necessarily seeing the growth. This is where brands are losing 90 billion. Indian brands are leaving $90 billion on the table. Just to give you a comparison, the total size of e-commerce in India is 35 billion. Guess the size of cross-border e-commerce in China? 135 billion. 100 billion more than the total e-commerce size of India. Why? It is a systematic approach. This is where a Unimart comes in. What we bring is an ecosystem play. What we've done is we've taken all those e-commerce marketplaces, web stores, globally, which get you the highest amount of sales and put it in one platform. We've added the shipping partners. We've got 30 plus shipping partners, domestic and local. We've got warehousing globally. It's Amazon minus the marketplace. Next slide. That's how it looks. You can come in. You can do your cataloging on this. Next. You can access marketplaces, web stores from around the world, Southeast Asia, Middle East, North America, Europe, LATAM, Africa, India, you name it. Marketplaces from around the globe. Our platform lets you reach 100 countries in less than a week. That's how much we reduce the effort. You can manage your orders from everywhere globally. You can go as complicated as you want. There are large businesses using us who have multiple levels of order management to very medium-sized businesses who have streamlined order flows. It doesn't matter. You can manage your inventory. Next. We help, and this is documented, we help brands bring costs down by up to 35% per order. Next. We have a global supply chain management built in, right? So you can do your warehousing across the globe. This is your warehouse management system. Next. We have 30 plus shipping partners, highly negotiated rates. Our rates are 50% lower than the rack rates, automatically driving 15% of savings per order. Next. That brings you 50% lower shipping costs. Next. Oh, icing on the top. We've got our own AI. We've been working on this for more than 2 years now. Deep learning, machine learning, natural language processing models that we've built to help the merchants to drive more revenues. Based on the image that you enter, based on the description that you enter, we will tell you the right keywords. We will write the description for you. Language specific. We've already developed 3 languages. We will tell you the keywords. We will tell you the pricing. We will optimize the image. We will even tell you the sales. To the point where we are the first platform in the world to be able to generate catalog automatically. Next. Next. This is a marketing automation. I'm not spending too much time on it. Please continue. You essentially can track all your users, their cohorts, and drive your marketing budgets effectively. Next. In the last 9 months, we have recorded 10 case studies where we have helped the brands grow their revenues 4 times or more. There are 200, please continue. Unlike our existing competitors globally, these are point solutions. You go to them, they'll give you access to e-commerce marketplaces, or they will act as services, meaning that they will tell you do this, do that, but it is not a true platform. You cannot build on top of it. You cannot go and scale globally on top of it. Our platform allows you to do that. That's a core USP. Next. So far we have 220 businesses. We are currently present in India. We launched in Middle East early this year. The growth has been phenomenal. And now, very recently, I was in US for 4 months. I've launched the business in the US. In fact, next year, I'm going to be spending most of next year in US. Continue.
Shaq, I think that's your...
Yeah, sure. You can move to the founder slide and stop there, or funding slide, whatever. Can I add one more line here?
Sure.
Okay. That is an exceptional founder slide with every one of them who have been entrepreneurs and most of them have seen exits. Continue to the funding slide and let's stop there. Lastly, yeah. Open for questions. Thank you.
What are the biggest challenges you're facing climbing?
Biggest challenges right now, I have to achieve product market fit in the US. So I have to hire a team there, establish the GTM there. We've done the GTM to an extent. We've done the customer discovery. We have a pipeline now, but we have to scale it in the US. This is point number 1. The second thing which is on my roadmap is major partnerships. We just finished a partnership with HSBC Bank, and I'm trying to do PayPal, MasterCard. We're trying to do FedEx, DHL, but these are not shipping partnerships or payment partnerships. These are ecosystem partnerships where we will build on top of FedEx, and all FedEx customers globally can then use our platform. So we're trying to make some pretty massive steps in that direction. Hopefully 1 or 2 of these will be live in 2022 itself, which is a paradigm shifting growth in the business.
So the connected question was, where do you see this going?
In my mind, in the next 1 year, we achieve PMF in US, but by 2025, we are at a point where we are present across US, Europe, and India in that order, those geographies being the preferential geographies. And, this is a massive white space. Every second brand out there is trying to do it. We're trying to fill that gap between the marketplaces and those tech agencies who are building custom code for each one of them. That is basically what this is, and this is a next level Shopify.
Just a quick question.
Sure.
Fantastic identification of friction, but I don't see an IP here. Tomorrow someone can come, replicate this.
Sure.
What's your risk mitigator?
We actually have IP. We are filing 8 patents in 2022. The entire AI is patentable. That is, by the way, the stickiness factor, because you see, the reason why you don't shift from Android to iOS is because your data is not portable. Same stuff. So you can go ahead and figure out which marketplaces and shipping partners and maybe build it on your own. But your scalability truly comes from the marketing and AI combined that we provide, and that you wouldn't really be able to build on your own.
But a parallel can be built.
Obviously, parallel can be built, but you'll require time and etc. to acquire. So we are patenting our IP in 2022. Okay, thank you. Oh, ICP, yes. So it's called the Ideal Customer Profile in the US. After a lot of experimentation, we realized that we're looking at customers between 5 million to 500 million, broken into 3 subsegments. 5 to 50 is what we're targeting in H1 2022. 50 to 200 is what we will be targeting in H2 2022. And H1 2023, we will go from 200 to 500 million, with the obvious reason that once you build case studies and presence, it is much easier to destabilize existing people and then go ahead for larger companies. So we're not starting with the larger companies to begin with, although we are starting with larger partnerships to begin with. That's kind of the ICP and GTM. Thank you.
So there is a request for a break. Is that now or after the pitch?
The break is after the pitches. Thanks a lot, Shaq. So that was Unimart. The next pitch we have is Ayurhythm, and we have the founder Sandeep Acharya here.
Before Sandeep takes you to the iRhythm journey, I would like to welcome the ATA president, Mr. Bhuvnesh Bujala. So everybody has been wanting to have a look at you since the start of the event, so if you could come over. Thank you so much for joining. That's Mr. Bhuvnesh Bujala, President ATA. We also have Madhu Bomineni, President-elect ATA. So, Mr. Bhuvnesh Bujala will be passing over the baton to Madhu Bomineni later. Yes. And let's also invite Mr. Jayant Chella, Conference Advisory Committee Chair. We also have Kashi Kota, ATA Vedikalu, Business Co-Chair. And let's also invite Lax Chepuri, Conference Business Committee Co-Chair. We also have Business Seminar Committee, comprises of Lax Chepuri, Kiran Pasham, Anil Boinapalli, Jayant Chella, Vinod Koduru, Venu Piske, Karunakar Asireddy, Sai Sudini. We also have a Board of Trustee Gautam Goli. Sharada Singhi Reddy, Anil Buddhi Reddy, Venu Sankineni, and Sai Sudini. If I have missed out anybody from the ATA leadership team, request you to please come up on stage. Mr. Hari Damera, Cultural Co-Chair. These are the men who are supporting and growing American Telugu Association in the United States of America and supporting India. Yeah, the gentleman and the only lady there. Yeah, thank Thank you. Thank you, everybody. All right, let's listen to iRhythm.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know everyone is waiting for the break. I'll try to wrap it up fast. Let's see. So, if you can have the presentation. I'm Sandeep Acharya, co-founder of iRhythm. We are a holistic wellness platform bringing traditional wellness and technology together. Sure. Okay. Yeah, so we are three co-founders. Ramnath, who is a veteran in the industry, healthcare and medical devices, comes from company like GE Medical and Intel. Abhilesh Gupta, who is also almost more than 25 years experience in the field of branding, sales and marketing and leadership positions in technical and manufacturing industry. I'm Sandeep Acharya. I come from a decade of experience in the field of customer and product analytics. We are three friends and neighbors. We are bringing iRhythm, which is a platform which is hyper-personalized. As we say, people are unique, so should be their wellness needs. Yeah. When we talk about the market size, everybody knows that Ayurveda and yoga is growing multifold. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry, not just in India, globally also. Move to the next slide. So, there are challenges when practicing holistic wellness, which we are catering to. There is a lack of objective and repeatable measurement because when we took at the Western side, the fitness and all, they have their gadgets as well as the metrics, calorie counting, running steps and all. But holistic wellness lacks that kind of measurable insights. The next thing is real-time personalization. When we talk about that, our mood changes, our hunger level changes. What should be how the recommendation should change based on that we are doing. And the third thing is the accessibility and the tracking, whether I'm reaching to my holistic wellness goal or not. There is a short video which covers the concept of Ayurveda and mapping the technology around. If you can play the video. The voice. Okay. You can cut it. I'll move to the next slide. I'll give a gist of it. So when we talk about Ayurveda, I just want to give a brief idea about what Ayurveda talks about. It talks about that the 5 elements which the Panch Tattva they call in Sanskrit made us up, right? So there are 3 biomarkers which called Kapha, Pitta and Vata which governs our body. Kapha denotes the strength and the energy index of our body. Pitta, which is the digestive fire which governs the metabolism. And the third thing is Vata, which governs your emotional and the stress index and the mind. So these are the 3 things which the constitution makes us unique, right? So how the analysis happens, the one thing which is the manual approach, they ask certain set of questions to establish your Prakriti, which is your ideal body balance, right? Ideal to you. And then there is a change happens over the period of time which calls Vikriti, which is the imbalance. And Nadi Pariksha or Ayurvedic expert puts 3 fingers on your radial artery and applies 7 levels of pressure and assess certain parameters and come up with magically that this is the body balance at this point of time for you and what kind of lifestyle you should adopt so that you can go back to your ideal body balance. So what we have done, we have digitized the entire approach. We have just a one-time 30 question which establish your ideal body balance which happens during the onboarding. And for Vikriti analysis, which is the current, you just place your index finger on the mobile phone camera for 30 seconds and using our proprietary technology and the algorithm, we assess your current body balance. This, we have got it tested and certified from leading institutions and industry like SVYASA, HCG, which is the Healthcare Global Hospital, which is the largest cancer care hospital in India, Niramaya, which is a wellness resort chain, and Dr. Vaidya, which is 150 years old brand of herbal and Ayurvedic supplement manufacturer. So what happens when you put your finger on the mobile phone camera? We use a method called photoplethysmography for which takes continuous series of pictures of your blood flow. We do the signal processing and apply proprietary algorithm where we capture your height, weight, age and gender, map this, calculate 7 vital parameters like Vega, which is, we put the Sanskrit name, so to map it with the Ayurvedic biomarkers. Vega is nothing but correlates to your heart rate. Akriti, Matra and Akriti Tanav correlates to your systolic and diastolic blood pressure. Bala is your pulse pressure. Tala is your heart rate variability, which is the heart rhythm. And Kathinya, which is the stiffness of your arterial walls. And the next is Gati, which is the pulse morphology or the shape of the pulse. So these 7 parameters, we map it back to Ayurvedic biomarkers and come up with your current Vikriti, which is the imbalance. So you can, I just gave a presentation in terms of the user journey. So you have your Prakriti, you have your Vikriti. You can see in the ring for this particular person, the orange, which is the Pitta, is aggravated. So now the app gives a suggestion that how can you can balance your metabolism at this point of time. A user have a preference that which particular of health goal he wants to focus at this point of time, and what certain activities, whether he wants to do a yoga or meditation, or he wants to balance it via diet and all, or a combination of it, he can select it. And then we have the entire content and the service providers on the platform. And we give a very well-balanced plan for the individuals. So currently we launched our app in August last year on Independence Day in Hindi and English. We are sitting at right now 150,000 plus downloads with 75,000 registered users. We started with customer acquisition and we gone on the freemium model at this point of time. So we call ourselves pre-revenue. We are just doing the price discovery. We have certain subscriber and people who are buying certain services on the platform. We are sitting as 36% MAU. If you can go back just one. I just want to put awards and recognition. So we work with Apple Design Accelerator. We are one of the only company in healthcare B2C space which works with Apple Design Accelerator. We just pitched in October 2021 on Shark Tank India and closed a deal. Move to the next slide. So how we will make the money? Currently we are bringing the ecosystem together in terms of the products and services on the same platform and subscription. Last week we closed a licensing and revenue sharing deal with BPL Medical Systems. So that's the kind of integration with their home health devices, oximeter, Bluetooth, blood pressure monitors, and the weighing machines. And then for the GTM go-to-market strategy, we do B2B2C, the cross promotion with our partners, institutional partnership with the Apple Design Accelerator and the Geo Health Hub platform. We do performance marketing and influencer marketing is the next thing which we will be going through. Next slide, please. So currently, currently at this point of time, we have 150,000 download. We are targeting in the next 15 months to reach tenfolds, close to 1.5 million downloads, and revenue we are projecting in the next 15 months. We are about to reach at 6 crore revenue. Thank you. That's all from my side. Any questions? Yeah, we just closed with the help of Succeed, led the round. We got the Shark Tank, but there is a little bit of portion left which we can consider still at this point of time.
How much are you getting from Shark Tank?
We closed a deal for 75 lakh, $100,000. Yeah. Yeah, and we got the Shark who we wanted kind of because it will be a synergistic fit. They are into wearables and hearables.
So the stickiness of this particular product or service, where is it? Is it in the analysis or is it in the personalization? Which is the stickiness?
So assessment and the personalization. So that's the catchy thing because just for 30 seconds you place your finger and you get your assessment and what you should do today. It gives you that recommendation. So content and the assessment keeps the user engaged in that. And we are now going towards a more of a gamification and a community building within the app itself. That's the next phase. And I just wanted to drive your attention towards Gati. So currently we are into wellness and lifestyle, but Gati can detect the problems, the metabolic syndromes and which we are working on, which BP classifier and diabetes. The early indicators are very good. We have tested for 200 plus subjects at this point of time where we are getting accuracy of 87% plus. So that's the next lag of innovation we are doing. We are going to work with Manipal hospitals for a pilot study of almost 1,000 odd subjects to prove it and then launch it in the risk scoring module.
So the once they download and get the personalized, what next as a service or a product?
So either they can subscribe for the fully wellness regime. So we are bringing 3 modules in terms of weight management, your mindfulness and the sleep management. And the third is the diabetes management with the help of a coach in between. So there are 2-fold subscription. Once either you can do services, just take a consultation with an Ayurvedic expert or a yoga coach or a session, or you can take a subscription which is DIY at this point of time, where we will be bringing the entire what day-wise, what activities you should do, what should be your breakfast, lunch and dinner. That is the module we are bringing. And we are bringing some new age D2C Ayurvedic products based on your body balance, what you should purchase in terms of whether it's related to your immunity, whether it's skincare or personal care products on the platform.
So there are 3 things, right? So maintenance, you have, problem solution, and you have enhancement. Which place are you kind of positioning yourself? Are you in a maintenance space, or are you in a problem solution space, or are you in a lifestyle enhancement space? I mean, it seems to be all over.
So
too many things going on. Just help us understand.
Correct. So we are taking a gradual approach. We are right now into lifestyle enhancement. When we say that you have to build your lifestyle, don't fall on the other side of the illness side of it. Keep track of your health and wellness so that you don't go into the illness.
Preventive wellness.
Correct. It's a preventive maintenance at this point of time. As I say, once we go towards the disease diagnosis in the risk scoring mode, that we want to work with the hospital. It's a B2B2C kind of model, not the B2C kind of, because we don't, that's a liability, more of a liability. So you want some expert doctors in the loop, hospital certification for that.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sandeep. That was Ayurhythm. The next startup we have is EduGorilla, and we have the founder Rohit Manglik with us.
Can I have a slide, please? Hi everyone, I'm Rohit Manglik, founder and CEO of EduGorilla. So I visited my school in Farrukhabad, that's a tier 3 city in Uttar Pradesh, in 2016. And over there my juniors grabbed me asking, Bhaiya, how to get a government job? And I trained from NIT Surathkal and worked in top MNCs throughout my career. So that question intrigued me, why everyone is asking for government job, state government job, that also. So that question intrigued me. So then I made a deep dive to understand what's actually going on. So there I understood that India has around 7.5 crore students who are looking for government job. And there are 16 lakh open vacancies. So we have a demand and we have a supply, and it's not able to meet with each other. So I left my job at DE Show and started EduGorilla. So if you check out the Indian education landscape, around 6.1 crore students write the national level competitive exams. Highly explored territory. We got n number of players over there. We got Under 24/7, Unacademy, Byju's and everyone. However, if you check out the state level competitive exams, we got more than 7.5 crore students who write these exams every year. And it's an uncharted territory. We got fewer than 3 national level brands in this segment. And these 7.5 crore students take around 4,000 exams every year. And they spend around 20,000 rupees every year towards their preparation, which brings the TAM to 1,50,000 crores. Out of 20,000 rupees that a student spends in a year, 12,000 belongs to EduGorilla's target revenue, which makes the SAM to 90,000 crores. Over the last 5 years, the CAGR has been 30%, especially during COVID, when the unemployment rate of the country was all-time high. The CAGR was increased to 62%. And in EduGorilla, we are looking forward to capture 20% of this market by 2027, which makes us home to 18,000 crores. Can I have the next slide? Yeah. So currently we are present in 7 geographies. We are in UP, MP, Bihar, Gujarat, Karnataka, West Bengal and Delhi. By October 2022, we want to venture into 9 more states. And by October 2023, we want to capture the whole country. To draw parallel about this segment, these are the students from middle lower background. These are the students who want to get their sister married, or their parents are getting retired. They have to take care of the well-being of the family members. For IIT JEE, we got only 10 lakh applicants in the whole country. But for UP Police Constable, we got 22 lakh applicants in Uttar Pradesh itself. So at an average, a student takes on 21 exams in a year, and he prepares for 4 consecutive years. So after writing 84 exams over a span of 4 years, 95% of the students are still not able to qualify for any exam. So even though the market potential is substantial, and there are biggies over here, still not many companies have been able to bridge into it, primarily because of 3 reasons. First, 93% of the students write the exams in vernacular languages. So most of the players are confined to a few districts at max in a state. Number two is race against time. So government releases the notification just 45 days before the exam, and most of the companies take around 30 to 35 days to hit the market with the content. So they are left with only 10 to 15 days of sales window. Number three, 70% of test takers are from tier 3 and tier 4 cities. So when we talk about marketing, operations, supply chain, it becomes a cumbersome job. So to hit the market, we need to have very high quality content to be provided within 5 days of exam notification. And that's the Edigola impact. So across the sector, only 51 out of 10,000 students get the job. But if they come to us, our students have 14 times higher chances of getting a government job. Next slide. Yeah. So we got three advantages that made us ahead of our competition. Number one, the overlap between the mock test and actual exam is just 40% across segment. In case of Edigola, we have increased it to 81%. Number two, we have 3x larger sales window. So others have only 10 to 15 days of sales window. We have been able to launch the market within 5 days of exam notification. So we have 3x larger sales window. Plus, for half of the time, for 25 days, we are the only seller in the market. So we are able to command our own pricing structure. Number three is we have much higher. Okay. Yeah, so we have much better delivery. So the content consumption per applicant is 2.2x higher than the industry average. So so we have been able to revamp the whole value chain. In doing that, we got 6 patents so far. So it's a 3-step process. First, you have to understand which market you want to venture into. Then you have to develop the content. Then you have to hit the market with the content. So we have been able to revamp all the 3 parts. In the first part, so where we have to understand which market we want to venture into. We got 2 patents over there. Plus, in doing the whole transformation, we have been able to decrease the errors that we used to commit from manual mistakes by 60%. Number 2, the accuracy of the content, doing the content creation. Over there, we got 2 patents. Plus, the quality of content has increased from 40% overlap from mock test to actual exam to 81% overlap. Third, we got a much faster distribution. So if you order, so we have a printed version of test series as well, where if you order the printed version of test series, in the first 2 hours, a PDF file will be generated. The next 3 hours, it will be converted to a book, and it will be delivered to your doorsteps within 2 days, which conventionally usually take around 7 days. So we have been able to decrease the time over there as well. Can you come to the next slide? Next. So in terms of our metrics, we got 30 lakh registered users. In terms of number of exams, we are 5 times larger than any other tech company in India. We got 1,500 exams. So far, 3,500 students have got job because of Edigoila. Every day, more than 34,000 students study from Edigoila. And our DAO-to-MAU ratio is 17%. Next slide. We have one of the highest LTV to CAC ratio in the tech sector. It's 11.73. The average test rating in Edigoila is 4.73 out of 5. The average time spent per session across sector is 3.6. The test taken per user is 3.6. In case of Edigoila, it is 7.3. The average time spent on site per session across sector is just 5 minutes 32 seconds. In case of Edigoila, we have increased it to 30 minutes. We operate 20% of the CAC levels of the industry average is because of the innovative models that we have brought in towards the phygital distribution. Over the last 6 months, we got 220% growth. In the previous financial year, we got 300% growth, and prior we got 400% growth. Our current MRR is 55 lakh rupees, which roughly translates to 6.6 CR of ARR. Our average order value has increased by 7.5x over the last 3 years since we started. We have 72,000 total paid users. Yeah, in terms of our distribution, we got 2 types of distribution partners. First is B2C, where we directly sell through our app and website. And then we also got the listings on Amazon, Flipkart, Snapdeal, where the students get the brand discovered from those platforms, and then the consumption of content happens from our platform. Then 25% of it happens from our B2B2C partners, where we got some of the largest publication houses in India, Upkar Prakasha, Sahit Bhavan, Oswal Group. They sell Edigoila content in a co-branded fashion. So over there, we got 800 plus partners, including coaching centers, tech companies, who sell Edigoila content over there. And we are looking for 511 CR revenue in the 5th year. Right now, the ARR is 6.6 CR. Total paid users will increase 19,60,000. That's it. Yeah. So can we come to the ask slide? Yeah. So currently we are looking forward for a raise of 20 CR for a series A round, in which majority of the money will be spent towards the marketing and sales. 25% will be towards a tech and product, where we will be building up the remedial learning. Plus, we will venture into the live classes. So we have done a POC for 3 exams. We want to venture into 1,500 exams going further. By the way, we have a small bridge round going on right now, to help us build up the Series A, where we are raising 5 CR, where we got a commitment of 3.5 CR so far. Thank you. Sorry.
Where are we using your NPS score?
So our net promoter score is 81. It's probably one of the highest in the. Sure. So our NPS score is 81. That is probably one of the highest in the tech sector in India. So now it is high because of the overlap that we have been able to increase from mock test to actual exam. Across sector, the content that comes in the actual exam is just 40%. In case of Adigola, we increase it to 81%. So that's why we are that NPS score.
There's a lot of good traction which you are seeing in last 1 year.
Right.
Where do you see this going?
So right now, over the last 6 months, we have grown by 220%. And the previous financial, we have grown by 300%. Over the next 9 months, we are looking for a 400% growth. It's primarily driven with the video classes that we have recently launched.
So is it because you are covering more regions and more government jobs will come, because of which more students will come on your platform?
So it's because of 2 reasons. Number 1, really venturing into 9 more states. Currently, we are present in 7 states. And number 2 is we have a product of 803 AOV, average order value, and we have recently done a testing of live classes where students were ready to pay around 3,500 rupees for the same product. So that is roughly around 4.2x higher revenue per student with the same conversion rate. So the 34,000 users who come to Adigola on a daily basis, they will be paying for a higher price product.
Understood. Thank you.
I didn't see Telugu in your vernacular languages. That means there are no government jobs in Telugu states?
No, it's only because we haven't completed the current round. Once we'll get the money, the first task we'll do is we'll add Telugu. That's why I came over here. Give us the money so that we can include Telugu.
It seems like a highly penetrated space. Can you speak a little bit about your competition?
Sure. Can you come to the competition slide, please? So, in the government jobs, there are 2 types of government jobs, right? The central government and state government. In this central government, it's the highly penetrated. We got Adda 24/7, Textbook, Byju's, Unacademy, everyone over there. However, if we check out the state government jobs, there are fewer than 3 national level brands that have ventured into it. 3 reasons. It's highly vernacular. 70% of the students are from tier 3 and tier 4 cities. And in the state governments, government releases notification just 45 days before the exam. And companies get only 10 to 15 days of sales window. In Adigola, we have been able to revamp the whole value chain. So that gave us a highest advantage of our competition. And by the way, Pariksha is our indirect competitor that is also into the state vernacular exams. However, Pariksha doesn't have the content of its own. So they are not able to measure the impact metrics, which is the core to Adigolas. For example, in Adigola, if a student comes to us, his chance of getting job increases by 14 times. In Pariksha, since the content is outsourced, it's aggregated, the success rate is just 3 to 5x. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohit. That was EduGorilla. The next, we have a video pitch that was scheduled for earlier. The next pitch that we'll be playing is for our startup called Freestand. Thank you.
sorting out the technology and waiting to listen to the next pitch, let's thank our sponsors for the event today. We have Jayant Chella, sponsor for the conference today. We have Vital Global, AIS, and definitely Succeed, our innovation partner. We would also like to welcome Mr. VVS and Raju, Managing Partner, Juris Prime. We have Shrikant Sinha, CEO, Task. Welcome, sir. We have Karthik Pulsani, CEO, Eclat Health Services. We have Anil Bodhi Reddy, Board of Trust, ATA. We have Sudhir Bandari, Convener, ATA Convention. So let me also remind you, there is a major event conference that's planned by ATA, the ATA conference happening on July 1st, 2nd and 3rd in Washington, D.C. They're expecting more than 20,000 visitors participate in the conference. Please feel free to register and attend the conference in July. We also have Ms. Charu Srinivas, VP Engineering, Microsoft. Would you like to just say a hi to everyone, ma'am? Thank you. Sure. So we have more ATA members who have joined in. We have Sharath Vemula, Board of Trust and Co-Chair ATA. Yeah, request you to please stand up and wave. They just want to know who you are. Though some of you are wearing masks, we still can't recognize, but we'll give it a try. We have Ramakrishna Reddy, Ala, Joint Secretary. He's here. Welcome. We have Sudhir Bandaru, Board of Trust and Conference Convener. Welcome. We have Sharada Singhi Reddy, Board of Trust. Welcome, ma'am. We have Sai Sudhini, Board of Trust and Convention Convener. And Mr. Gautam Goli, Conference Advisor. Just to create more interest and motivation to all of our startups pitching here and the organizations who want to grow big and scale big, we also want to recognize Mr. Lakshmi Naraya D., founder and CEO of Equip Social Impact Technology, which recently started trading on the NSE. He's there. Guys, that's the person you need to catch if you want to know how to go to that level. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry for the delay, everyone. We continue to have some problems playing the video pitch. So while we sort that out, we'll have our last in-person startup. He's the founder of UGH.
Hello. Yeah. Hi everyone. I'm the founder and the CEO of the startup called United Gamers Hideout. Our goal or our vision when we started is enabling professional gaming in India. So what do we mean by that, right? So we can take an equal comparison with the cricket, right? Until Sachin Tendulkar was formed or until Sachin Tendulkar was there, the craze for cricket in India was not there, right? So that's what we're trying to create over here, the high-skilled talents over here, whom the generations can follow and make esports as a career. Let me quickly introduce my team. I came from an esports background where I competed on behalf of India and played against France for a game called Rainbow Six Siege. And from there on I moved on and started UGH this venture. We have Darshan with me. So Darshan comes from an IPL background who brings the sports expertise. So he was the CEO of Deccan Chargers when Deccan Chargers was its glory. Then we have Harry Campbell. He's one of our co-founder who led the Indian expansion of Team Vitality when Team Vitality wanted to expand into India. And then we have Mr. Ravi Kiran, who is a game publisher and leads the publishing. So apart from the expertise of teams, we also have enabled some strategic partnerships for us. So for an example, we have Platonia, who is our strategic partner for esports ops and production. And similarly, we have Big Esports from Australia, who helps us getting the teams on board, the esport teams, which I'm going to talk about in a bit. So guys, this is our market overview of Indian market overview, what's happening on esports and where we see the gap right now. So the bottom three pillars, right? That is something the Indian ecosystem has evolved throughout the years and it's there right now. So there are competitions happening on a daily basis and there are major competitions done by the game publishers themselves, which provides an opportunity for talents to perform and play on those tournaments. Then we have a massive fan base that follows esports in India, has a huge appetite for content. Right now, the current viewership of for esports in India stands at somewhere between 50 million concurrent. Yeah, okay. Is it better? Yeah. Okay. So right now, the current viewership or the fan following for esports, right? For any live matches stands somewhere between 50 million views to 100 million views, right? And similarly, the player base or the people who wants to go pro or compete in esports has gone enormously high. But the gap that we see right now are few franchises or few esports club who are out there to provide the infrastructure for these players to compete at a bigger scale or provide them with the actual infrastructure. And as well as also missing, there is we see a proper league is missing which provides international presence for the players or the international exposure to the Indian players. So that's where we come up with our own IP, which we call it Esports Titan. It's a dual system that works together hand in hand. So the first part of the system is a talent hunt, which identifies the top elite talents of India and feeds them into a massive league like IPL style league in esports itself. So the first half, the talent hunt provides an opportunity for esports clubs or basically esports franchises to connect with the new and upcoming talents, while the esports leagues provides a platform or stability to the esports team currently they're operating in India. It's more like a closed system IPL where they have revenue share apart from the match winnings and all, and there is no really they can avoid relegation. So they can avoid the part of relegation, which provides in return stability to the teams. And as you can see, the IP itself is a 7-month long program. So the community engagement and the way we are engaging with gamers is throughout the year. And this is a market validation for some of the teams, international teams that we are talking to. So we have talked to almost 25 international teams who are multi-million-dollar companies. And these are some of the teams who have shown interest and they believe what we are doing and they want to be a part of it and part of the league by buying a slot in it. So this quickly gives an overview of the eSport Titans, what it will consist of, right? It provides opportunity to the aspirants of India. Similarly, it provides players with the right skill set, the player contract to grow in esports as a career. Similarly, there is a massive content potential for the whole program, for the 7-month program. The 7-month program will act as a content generating cycle, which will generate a lot of content and which we plan on monetizing. And yeah, moving on. So for us, the market strategy is very simple. We have cracked some of the media partners in traditional and esports media with whom we are going to enter the market with a massive reach. And then we plan on, then we plan on converting or retaining that user through our content that we are going to produce, that is live streams, videos on demand, and also to scale up web shows. And the one is that we have on the massive community reach that we are going to achieve is that we will be able to retain them and the data stays with us because of the platform is ours. So the community that will interact with or will engage with will be on our own platform. So right now, like they introduced us, we are the angel funded startup. So we have established a core team, we have a license from the publisher, a multi-year license to say, and we have acquired funding and from Image as well as Succeed Innovation. So our next goal is to launch this IP with 18 teams, 12 international and 6 Indian teams in India, and have the massive participation and a long pool of content for the fans to engage. And from there on, we want to grow this IP year on year. So that's how we are looking at it. Yeah, guys, I'll be open for questions. If you guys have any.
So I
perspective of investors, what's the big picture of the gaming sector which you would like to share?
Okay, so some numbers again, so that we can understand how the industry is evolving. So right now, the industry, as of now we speak, stands at somewhere between INR 3 billion, and it is expected to grow by INR 11 billion by 2025. And similarly, the current viewership for esports right now is 50 million, and we expect it to grow by 2022 to another 100 million or so. So there is a massive potential of community growth, which whoever is entering, so basically company like us, right, we can monetize that. So that is there, and as well as the whole revenue of the industry is growing altogether. Okay, yeah, there are leagues in India. I'm not denying that. This is not purely a league. This is a dual system that works together. First part of the league is a talent hunt, which identifies the talent, while the current leagues operates within the talent pool that is available or within the teams that are available. But here in our case, we are bringing in 12 international teams and launching them in India.
So you spoke about two elements, right? The whole aggregation piece and the content piece. How much? What is the percentage of your business in the content space, and what is the kind of numbers you're looking at in the content side?
Okay, so 70 to 60% of our revenue comes from the content monetization. We have cracked one of our content monetization partner, so who will be going to help us monetize this whole content inventory that we are going to produce. And the second biggest revenue for us is the teams itself. They are entering into India and buying slots for playing in our league.
70% you have content as your primary.
Yeah. Anything else, guys?
That was UGH. So we have our video pitch for Freestand ready. Saib, can you please play it? And we have the founder on Zoom for a quick Q&A if needed. Thank you.
Freestand is a SaaS-enabled marketplace that enables FMCG brands to execute product sampling campaigns with greater transparency and measurability. Product sampling is an FMCG marketing staple and is often utilized by the brands to execute the tactile features of their products like taste, texture, benefits, and smell. Today, these demands are executed with the help of a diverse range of sampling vendors, starting from e-grocery platforms to utilizing promoters at retail stores or utilizing electricity bills to distribute samples. Brands utilize a diverse range of vendors in order to reach out to the customers. The broad range of problems, there are broadly three problems with product sampling the way it is executed today. Number one, starting with the buying experience. The buying experience today is extremely complicated, time-consuming, involves a lot of repetitive steps every single time a new partnership is required, and it's highly non-standardized. Because it's non-standardized, most of the sampling execution today is extremely non-transparent, which leads to a lot of pilferage and very limited direct brand-to-customer interaction happening. Due to limited digital infrastructure, the reporting experience also takes a severe hit, almost leading to a negligible data or reporting experience being generated through product sampling today. Broadly, with Freestand SaaS, we solve for all three of these challenges. A brand manager can simply log into the Freestand platform, curate a sampling campaign with their choice of vendors, have a sampling campaign execution where there's a lot more direct to customer interaction, a lot more transparency is provided to the brand manager, so they'll always be able to understand, they'll always be able to see the campaign progress in real time. And of course, there's more deep end-to-end connected detailed analytics provided to the brand manager with the help of reporting dashboards as well, ultimately. Freestand has been able to has launched permission and targeted product sampling in the market, which has been widely accepted by D2C brands. In this case, the product sampling experience is extremely targeted. The customers are targeted with the help of social media platforms. The customer directly interacts with the brand with the help of a chatbot and qualifies themselves through a questionnaire-based interaction that takes place on this chatbot. This same interaction, once the customer has successfully claimed a sample is delivered to the customer through direct delivery. Once the sample is delivered to the customer, feedback is requested on the same chatbot platform. Based on the feedback, further sales are driven as well on the same chatbot platform. From there onwards, so this is our current model that we've been able to launch. For large size enterprises and agencies, we've been able to understand that a marketplace has a huge demand. All the FMCG brands and agencies, for them we will be facilitating their partnerships with their suppliers, with the diverse range of sampling service providers, with the help of our marketplace. This will be launching in February of 2022. We'll be simplifying again buying, execution, and reporting experience with the help of our platform. Our business model at Freestand has essentially 3 monetization routes up until now. One being with the permission sampling, where we charge a brand a fixed per sample cost for the sample to be distributed. Second one being a SaaS or a platform fees. This will be launching again in January of 2022, where a monthly platform fees is collected, and from all the suppliers we intend to charge a percentage cut of their earnings as well. As far as our progress is concerned, we have worked with 18 D2C brands, 3 enterprises, 3 large size marketing agencies, delivered 4 product iteration, 2 lakh samples, 30 lakhs in lifetime revenue, and I have raised $180,000, led by Succeed Innovation, and our incubator was IIM Calcutta. We estimate the FMCG sampling market to be about $150 billion global opportunity, $1.5 billion as an Indian opportunity. The market is quite validated globally with major acquisitions already taking place in our market, and the market has seen extremely solid tailwinds in 2021 with new companies being funded and new models being executed all across the world. Freestand is a team built of youngsters and millennials with 3 founders, which is me, Sneh, and Kavach. Kavach is the CTO. Sneh comes from LSR. She takes care of day-to-day business operations at Freestand. I take care of the product and all a broad range of business operations at Freestand as well. Right now, we are currently looking to raise $1.5 billion, essentially to see a SaaS-enabled sampling marketplace to fruition and scale it in the future. Thank you. Thank you for interacting and listening to our pitch.
Konark isn't, but we have Sneh on the call. So we have one of the co-founders, Sneh, on Zoom, and she'll be taking any questions from the judges. Thank you. Yeah, let's.
Hi, the question is, what kind of analytics or what kind of feedback mechanism you provide after the sampling is done?
Say something?
Hello. Hi, everybody. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. I also have Konark with me on the line, so both Konark and me are here, guys.
Sneh, go ahead with your answer, please.
Did not catch you?
Okay, the question was, the post-sampling, what kind of analytics or what kind of feedback mechanism that you provide to your brand managers?
So currently, the kind of analytics we provide to our clients is divided into 3 different types of analytics. First being deep customer level insights. Because we have like direct to customer product sampling, it allows the brands to directly connect with the customer. That allows them with a lot of rich customer level data. So there is first party data involved. The second being campaign specific insights. How many samples were delivered, how many customers, who all answered what kind of questions, what kind of feedback and purchase actions were driven during the campaign. And the third analytics segment is geo-specific analytics. What that means is where the customers, where all samples were distributed amongst the customers and how it is divided into geographically. So 3 kinds of analytics: one being customer level, second campaign specific, and third geo-specific. I hope that answers your question.
Sneh, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you.
The follow-up question is, wouldn't you be kind of profiling your customers even before the sampling activity actually begins? Would you want to given the opportunity to kind of select your customer profile of who you want to sample?
Because it's a SaaS platform, it's direct brands call in terms of how they target the customer. What kind of audience will be targeted is dependent on the brand. Again, the second part about qualification of the customer, that is again a call that client takes themselves. There are certain specific questions they answer on the chatbot. They decide on the chatbot which gets answered, and that's how we qualify customers essentially. So both the profiling happens at those 2 stages. One being targeting, second being the interaction at the chatbot and qualification.
Sneh, so the question is that what is the mode of reach out? Is it just through those partners, or is there any other way you reach out?
Distribute the samples, right? Freestand has 2 routes, and so the number one route that we have currently developed is direct to customer product sampling, right? So where customers are targeted with the help of...
You're breaking up.
Can you, are we audible?
Yeah, now continue.
Yeah.
It's all right. I think we're done.
Yeah, Konark, you're breaking up, so I think this is good enough. Thanks a lot for joining.
Okay, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So this brings us to our last startup. It's another video pitch. The startup is called IntelliWings, and we have the founder on. He sent us a video recording, and we have him on Zoom for Q&A. Thank you.
Hello everyone at American Telugu Association, and also hello to everyone who is joining the event today. I'm Pramod Sharma. Sorry I could not join the event in person. We are Team IntelliWings. We provide AI-based solutions in compliance space. I'll explain in a bit what we actually exactly offer. So the vision of IntelliWings is to help the financial institutions meet the AML CFT compliance with accuracy, ease, and comprehensiveness. So what is AML and CFT? AML stands for anti-money laundering, and CFT stands for combating of financing of terrorism. I'll be using these terms again and again because this is what we offer as part of the overall solution. The larger goal is to help reduce corruption and also to help stop terrorist funding, which would eventually bring down the possibility of tax. And this is very much possible with the right usage of the technology and very, very strong implementation of AML CFT compliance. We are just AML CFT focused company. We don't do anything else. So the problem we are trying to address is related to the financial institutions. The financial institutions today have inefficient methods to comply to anti-money laundering and combating of financing of terrorism compliance requirement, which causes incorrect reporting. This eventually leads to hefty penalties by the regulators. And who's under the ambit of this compliance? Any regulated financial institutions, from banks to trading firms, to life insurance firms, money service businesses, NBFCs. You might wonder why this compliance is even required. If you go at the root of it, there is a lot of seriousness which is there. As per UN study, 2 to 5% of global GDP is laundered, and terrorist financing is a major enabler of all the terrorist activity. And that's why this compliance requirement is very much serious throughout the world, and the enforcement is very much stricter. The penalties for lapses have been on the rise since 2009. Over $342 billion have been imposed as penalties to the financial institutions, and in US, Goldman Sachs and BNP Paribas were penalized for $1 billion, and also similarly for Deutsche Bank for $150 million. And in India, the enforcement has been getting stricter, and the penalties have been on the rise since 2018. 27 FIs, including SBI, Bank of Baroda, the large ones, many financial institutions were penalized. So who is calling the shots globally and setting the global requirements and standards? There is a body called FATF, Financial Action Task Force, which sets the operational and legal guidelines throughout the world for both money laundering and financing of terrorism. And per FATF guideline, every country has come up with its own law on AML and sanctions. For example, India has PMLA Act, which is Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and while US follows the BSA Act, which is Bank Secrecy Act. And similarly, every country has its own law. And what we offer as a solution is a 360-degree view on what is needed in AML CFT space. So this space is really, really complex if you go to the detailing of it. But what we have done is we have not made this product in silos, just being techies. We have actually done a very extensive market research over past 2 years. So we have been talking to money laundering officers, principal officers, compliance officers from various banks, and they join our Friday call, which has been happening for past 2 years, and their feedback actually has made this product consistently over past 2 years. And fortunately for us, those calls are now reaching to the saturation stage, and we have benchmarked against the global vendor and ensure that we are going above what is provided by the global vendors. And what we have is comprehensive transaction monitoring rules and with trade-based money laundering rules, AI-based risk segmentation and threshold tuning with powerful simulator, interleaving SAI, which gives very deep transaction and customer relationship patterns. And also we have auto generation of all the FIU report, which means FIU means Financial Intelligence Unit of India. Every country has this FIU for reporting, and there are very complex reports which are created by default by the system, and we have proprietary database. This is our biggest differentiator. We have our own proprietary database for the global scans, PEP and adverse media scan, which is PEP means politically exposed person check, and adverse media check means going through the global news, local news, and figuring out the patterns on money laundering, drug trafficking, human trafficking, terrorism. So this offering is available out of the box in the solution. And why is it significant? Because none of the AML providers today has in-house customer screening database, and they rely on the data providers like WorldCheck, Acuity, Dow Jones. They charge really high for every scan, and this is what we offer as part of the solution itself out of the box. And also we have a powerful case management solution. These are differentiators. We have comprehensive transaction monitoring rules, risk models, and simulators with AI-based risk segmentation, classification, and also interleaving SAI, which gives you very deep patterns on all the transaction and all the related parties, and it eventually helps in speeding up the decision making. And we have auto generation of all the FIU and MIS reports, the complex reports like suspicious transaction report, cash transaction report, cross-border wire transfer reports. All these reports are solved by us. None of the AML providers have solved these reports, and there is a lot of effort which goes in preparing these reports to be reported to the regulatory agencies. We offer all these at the click of a button. And we have reduction of false for negatives and positive by using machine learning. So we leverage the operator's past actions to train the machine learning models and predict whether the new alerts would fall into high or low priority bucket. That's how we reduce the false positives. And there is no dependency on expensive adverse media and fact check databases. As I said, we are the first AML company, rather first company from India providing all this PEP and adverse media database and also integration with the global sanctions databases. Out of the box in the solution, this is a game changer in AML CFT space. So as far as customer validation is concerned, we have got HDFC Bank already after a rigorous UAT of 4.5 months, and we also have a pipeline of 38 with SMEs in UAE region, and 8 have already subscribed to our SaaS offering, and this whole thing is expanding now to all the GCC countries. And we have POCs running with Bajaj Allianz, IndusInd Bank, and also we are in advanced stage of discussion with ICICI Prudential, Central Bank of India, PNB MetLife, BFI Africa. Also, we are in initial stage of discussion with Deutsche Bank, Axis Bank, and Nomura. So revenue model wise, we offer both on-premise offering and the SaaS-based offering. So we have on-premise for core AML, transaction monitoring, customer screening, PEP and adverse media, and SaaS offering for PEP and adverse media and the customer screening part. These are AR projection in FY 22-23. We might hit $2.2 million, and in 23-24 approximately $6 million. And this is just based on India and UAE market, but we are exploring now other markets like US and Africa also. So as far as fundraise is concerned, last year we raised 100K USD at $1 million post-money valuation approximately, and from Paddock Ventures, winners and Succeed Innovation Fund. Succeed Innovation Fund are present in the event today, and we are now raising a convertible bridge round. We are raising 4 CR INR. We have got commitment from Succeed Innovation Fund, our existing investor, 1 CR, and Pontac 25 lakhs, and also winners. Our existing investors again have promised 1.2 CR, and we have interest from iCreate, Dallas Ventures, Viso Capital, and Mumbai Engines. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for that, Pramod. Do we have any questions? Can we get a mic, please?
Hello, I lost you, Mike.
Hi, can you hear me?
Pramod, can you confirm if you can hear?
Pramod, can you hear us?
I can hear very low voice. Hello?
Yeah, is this better?
Yeah, it is better, quite better.
Okay, quick question. How do you compile your proprietary databases? What's the source data?
So there are a couple of things here. So one is the standard global sanction list. We go through the global sanction list like United Nations has one, then European Union has one, OFAC of US is there, then DFAT of Australia. These are pretty standard lists which our parsers go every night and consume the data. But we have our own proprietary additional database also on PEP and adverse media. So PEP database, which is the politically exposed person check database, we go through the government websites, the parliament, the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, state level DMs, SDMs, the judiciary, and also the army officer website. So PEP means any person having high influence. It could be minister or high ranking officer. So all that we go through. The difficult part, the most extremely difficult technology which we could nail was the heterogeneous structure which are available. Out of that, figuring out the names of individuals, designations, and making that database. So that is on PEP. And adverse media, we go through the global news, the national news, regional news on the patterns of money laundering, drug trafficking, human trafficking, terrorism, and figure out the matches and then make a database out of it. So it is a combination of global sanction database, PEP, and adverse media.
Can you hear me? So question is, who are your competitors and how is that different from the existing products? Because again, it's to do with a lot of the same data that they would have, and the reports are also going to be aligned to the regulators and whoever is asking. So what is different?
Yeah, see, none of the AML providers today, none of the AML, directly AML vendor, they have this database of their own. They provide the regular transaction monitoring part. But for customer screening, they actually in turn go to the data provider companies. Namely, there are 4 in the world: Worldcheck, Dow Jones, Equity, and NamesScan. So these data provider companies, they have been making this database for over, Worldcheck has been making for 20 years. So why we are getting acceptance is because of the accuracy. So we are the first company from India building, which has built this database, and it is very much accurate. And this time you can see SDFC tested us on the accuracy on adverse media for 4.5 months against the global vendor itself before they accepted us. So that is the level of accuracy which we gave very confidently to them, and fortunately we got the MSA also signed recently. And similar is the case with the UAE region also. The auditors there, the partners and auditors, they vetted our platform for more than 10 months before they reached out to their companies there, because the same law is applicable to SMEs also in that region. So they vetted, all the auditors vetted us against the Worldcheck and equities of the world, and they could see the accuracy of our system, the database, and they finally started onboarding the different customers there. So now the pipeline there has reached 38, and we have 8 already subscribed to our SaaS offering.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Pramod, for joining. I think that would be it. We're over time as well.
Thank you.
So that concludes the startup pitching, and I'll hand it over to Rashmi. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayank. I think that was an amazing effort put by the Succeed team. Let's give them a round of applause. The team headed by Vikrant and Vinita, and then we have Mayank, Bhavna, and Sahib. Thank you guys, you did a great job. We also found a gift today. Somebody wanted to gift us. Thank you so much. We like expensive gifts. Okay, thank you, I get it. All right. Moving on, I would like to request Mr. Bhuvanesh Bojala, Madhu Bomineni, Anil Bodhi Reddy, Sharath Vemla, Ramakrishna Reddy, Sudhir Bandaru, and Jain Chelak, Conference Advisor, Committee Chair, to please come up on the stage. We would like to, ATA would like to thank all the judges who have carefully listened to us, listened to the pitches, and given their piece of inputs and advice, and also who are going to make them a little richer by the end of the day. So to start with, I would like to request, Mr. Ajit Rangnekar has left for the day because he had some other commitments. So let me call upon the man behind Succeed, Vikrant Vashne, Managing Partner, Succeed Innovation Fund. I would request Jayan Chella, please, to honor Vikrant. Could I please request Mr. Panni Selvam Madan Gopal, Vice President at T-Hub Corporate Innovation. Could I please request Mr. Sushobhan Chaudhary, Founder and CEO of AHA. Could I please request Praveena Bhimavarappa, Vice President, Technology of State Street Corporation. From the ATA lady to the panel judge lady. Yeah. Last but not the least, could I request Sri Peddu to please come up on the stage. Sri Peddu from Powerhouse Ventures. All right. we'd like to thank all of the ATA leadership team present here on the stage and also all of the judges who actually helped in judging the startups. Thank you so much. We also have our conference corporate sponsorer, Somi Reddy Law Group, Attorney Santosh Somi Reddy. Yeah, we have their representatives, and they have a small goodie for all of us, so please feel free to collect it before you leave for the day. Yeah, that's definitely not Attorney Santosh Somi Reddy, so please don't be confused. All right, yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have our guest of honor, Mr. Madhav Reddy, CEO and founder of HTC Global Services. His company has operations in many countries across the globe. He also spends a lot of time and money promoting heartfulness meditation and for world peace. Would you like to share a few words, Mr. Reddy?
Just to share a couple of minutes about the heartfulness, the meditation that they were talking about. I came here with not knowing what to expect here on the request or the invitation of the ATA board. I'm happy that I came here. A lot of youngsters, a lot of new companies are coming up with a lot of data, so much of data. Sometimes we realize so much of the data and we lose track of inside what is inside of us. We depend so much on the head, so much on the external, so much of the data. This heartfulness, what they mentioned, heartfulness meditation. For me, I come from a simple farmers, my family, my parents are farmers. My brother happened to be a doctor. He went and I went there as a family immigrant. And I started the company. HTC is about north of $400 some million in revenue, global revenue. We have had recently a new president and COO, CFO wanted to grow. It's a privately held company. For me, while data is very important, still data could be a non-relevant to the present nth moment. And that comes from the heart. I think we cannot go wrong by following our heart. And how to follow the heart, how to listen to the heart, what our heart says from the neck of the moment, from time to time. That's what this heartfulness meditation teaches. I am a beneficiary of that. I have no other than just a sharing from the joy, from the heart, what it can help families, what can help the humanity in general at large. That's the only intention why I'm here, no other intention. And its biggest, largest meditation center is here in Telangana, in Hyderabad, near Hyderabad, 1 hour from here. Any of you are come, and there is no investment required, it's free. It's totally free. Anybody, anytime, and a hard soft is there. If you want to, even from your own homes, if you want to participate, you can tune in, you can dial in, you can benefit out of it. This is something you can test it on your own, with your own times, whether it is working or not. I don't want to take up too much of time and take up. No, this is something I can go on because this is something comes from my heart, really. This is something that I want to share. When I go public, or don't go public, it doesn't matter. This is something that I would like to spend our time. And it comes from the heart. And you please, because so many systems are there. I heard some of the medical devices also. You can measure, you could be your own judge. You can feel it. And you can, if the restaurant devices, in USA there are research organizations, UCLA and Harvard, some of the universities also. Doctors are coming forward to measure this one. Because the yogic energy, how do you measure the yogic energy as a transmission? Because everybody can wear kashaya vastra and become, I am saint, I am guru, I am this, I am that. And it became a vertical now by itself today. It became a business model by itself today. Some of the biggest business models are that. And how do you differentiate from that original thing here and there hanging? And that's something that you can follow over heart. And I hope that I made that one picture for any of you to try. If even one of you try that one, my coming here is served. Otherwise also I'm okay, I tried. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reddy. That definitely was very insightful, quick input about heartful meditation. That's something maybe some of us didn't know about it. Atta would like to thank Mr. Madhav Reddy for his presence today at the event. I'd request Mr. Bhuvnesh Bujala to please thank him. Okay, well, they're having a quick talk. I would like to inform that any of the participants here who heard the pitches today wants to get connected with any of the startups, please feel free to reach out. We have an interest form that's there with us. We have Vinita from Succeed. That's her, if you don't know her. And she can, you can collect the interest form from her. Anybody who's right now decided to be an investor or wants to be another entrepreneur, please feel free to collect the interest form from Vinita. Thank you. All right. How many of you are hungry? No? Thank you so much. Good coffee? It'll be taken care of, Jay Garu. Okay. So let me ask you, what comes to your mind when you think of Apple? Yeah, that's a question mark. What comes to your mind when you think of Apple? Okay, I guess everybody is really hungry. What comes to your mind when you think of Mercedes? No? Somebody, I have already claimed it because founders getters. Okay, that's a question. What comes to your mind when you think about Apple? 2 trillion, all right. Mercedes. Luxury, yes. Only the front benchers are answering, the back benchers are not even participating. Anyways, while we are here to drive our business and to grow multifold, we always feel that the key to any business growth is the business idea or the people that's involved, the team that's involved, or the capital that comes in to grow this business. But one of the key elements which we kind of sideline, any guesses what's that? Somebody said a word here. Network? Anything else? Okay, I set the question paper, I'll give you the answer. One of the key quintessential elements that we forget is branding. Yes, and to know more about it, we have the man with us, founder and CEO of AHA, a MarTech design and impact advisory firm. He has 24 years of experience as a marketer and strategist. He has worked with companies like Apple, Microsoft, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, GSK, Mercedes in various geographies in US, Middle East, Asia, Pacific, and Africa. The man who breathes, walks, talks, eats branding. We have the man here, Mr. Sushoban Chaudhary. Let's give him a round of applause.
Hello. Is it working? It's working, right? Great. Awesome. All right. Good afternoon. I know all of you are very hungry, and I've been given 15 minutes. Honestly, the subject is such, I'm going to do a massive disservice today. So please pardon me. Branding is not a subject for 15 minutes. But I am going to try and summarize that in a way that everyone understands. I love the session, the startup session, the pitch. My only request to all of you, old, young, everyone, you're raising money to build your, or to augment your growth. What happens generally is at the cost of building that, you don't build a brand, you build a commodity. Tomorrow someone else will come, take away your commodity, and you will not have a brand. My only intention today is to draw your attention towards that subject, all right? I'm not here to lecture you, I'm not here to teach you. You get a dime a dozen videos and, white papers and a whole lot out there. Most of you are MBA graduates. You'd get a whole lot of that in your day-to-day life. You've learned it, you've unlearned it, all of that. My only submission today is, most of us try and lowball branding at the cost of something else, right? So don't do that, right? So my only intention today is to tell you a story from that standpoint. Can we? Yeah. Just a second. Is the Wi-Fi on? Is the Wi-Fi on? Just a second. No. Just give me a second. Right. For the lack of a better title to the presentation, I've kept it this way. The moment of truth, largely in today's day and age, doesn't start from the first moment of truth, which used to be the case before digital came into place. So it starts from the zero moment of truth, even before you've interacted with a product, experienced the product, you've created a perception about the product, right? How it works today is, and I'm giving a simple example of what we did. I used to be the Chief Strategy Officer for JWT, and I used to manage multiple brands, out of which one was Mahindra. We launched XUV 500, and we launched XUV 500 purely on digital. On the first day, we sold 500 cars, all right? So the point is that you're creating a perception, and that's being done on a day-to-day basis with multiple things, right? And one of it, I think, you know what? You can just keep pressing the arrow because it's not really working through that. Anyway, so the one thing that, just keep going. So the question that I said is, what is branding, all right? And I want to ask you, and please feel free to interact. What, according to you, is the starting point of branding? Anyone, just come on, just answers. Sorry?
Which somebody identifies us.
Okay, what else? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All good answers. Yes. Fantastic. Lovely. All right. So largely, the way you should look at branding, and I heard a couple of these. Just go on. Somebody just stay there, so otherwise I'll burn. So it's largely, and I heard if you're not in the room, what is the perception of that product, service that you have created, all right? It's a signal that you sent out. It's the affirmation that collectively works for you when you're not around. A logo is one subset of the entire universe of what branding is all about. One, and even an insignificant part. We try and say, hey, by the way, we want a fantastic logo, and we invest all our energy in it. Most of the successful brands thrive on a typography. Microsoft, Google, name it, Nike, although they have a swoosh, but they do that. And that's largely why they do that is to tap into two large things. One is the emotional connect, one is the cognitive connect, right? That's largely, yes, you're trying to say something, right? So you're trying to connect at this. So what is branding? And I think we've roughly touched it. Branding is not a logo. Branding is not a tagline. Although we love, I think, where is Lax? Lax is not around. So I just recently, we did a small little exercise for Lax and his company, and one of the conversation was, can we have a tagline, right? And we tend to gravitate towards having a great tagline because some of we feel that it's been what it, multiple brands around the world has done that very well, starting from Adidas to Nike, a lot of them have done that, right? But what does it do is what we have to understand. That's not branding. Moving on. When I talk about Disney, what comes to your mind? Typography, right? It's got a very unique typography, right? But that's not all, right? So therefore, typography is not branding. So what I like to call branding is, and when I say branding, I've actually jumped one step. I've not talked about what a brand is all about. I have already jumped into branding, so pardon me for that. But branding is once you've started putting the hook and sinker, the pillars, and then extend that via multiple things, that is what branding is all about, right? So branding is an outcome. Branding is not an element, right? Moving on. And that outcome, this is something that we follow as a company. Branding is a sum of two things. Projection, perception, right? Projection is outward, perception is inward. What I would like you to know as consumers versus is it really making sense what I say, and are consumers perceiving me that way, right? That's what perception is all about. Now, Rashmi started by saying, what comes to your mind when you hear Apple? Quickly, what comes to your mind when you hear Apple? Okay? Okay? All right. The projection. The reason Apple started what they wanted to do was to create tools to make every individual human being creative. Because they believe that every human being innately are creative. We don't give them tools for that to manifest. Right? Which is why they said, and Steve Ballmer, you go to on internet, on YouTube and go and say, what did Steve Ballmer say when Apple removed the keyboard from the phone? It's a hilarious video, all right? He dismisses the entire argument that we don't need a keyboard. We are made to, we are primed, Pavlov's theory, ring a bell, the dog is hungry. Ring a bell, the dog is hungry. Ring a bell, don't give food, and the dog is salivating, right? So the point is what? That the bell has been the keyboard, right? And you don't feel comfortable by removing the keyboard. Apple said, do away with that, right? Apple said that you don't need a music device like Sony would do with a Walkman. All right? Fantastic. So therefore, the outcome is basically how you wish to convey, and what is actually being construed will not happen on the very day you do a brand campaign. It is a function over a period of time, right? Therefore, and which is why I started, the reason you guys will succeed is if you were to invest on what you want your consumers to perceive the as. Moving on. So therefore, it's not a logo, it's not a typography, it's not colors, all of that. Those are understood. I mean, those are things everyone will do. But interestingly, great brands look at things very differently. Like, for example, space, shape, sound, business model. IKEA's brand is business model. IKEA's brand is not the logo. IKEA's brand is the experience that they create, right? That's the brand, right? Purpose, Tom's, although they don't function anymore. Shoes, right? You buy one pair of shoe, I will give another pair of shoe to people, to kids around the world who can't afford a shoe. Built on purpose, right? And what do you get? When I say Tata, what comes to your mind? Apart from Ratan Tata, trust comes to your mind. What is the perceived value that you get out of branding? That's what you get. Even if you screw up, sorry for my French, even if you screw up, consumers will forgive you. All right? And there are a dime a dozen. But if you don't take branding seriously, if you don't take transformation seriously, consumers will not forgive you. Nokia being the example. Kodak being the example, right? Instagram could have been Kodak, all right? Apple could have been Nokia, but they missed the bus, right? Because what they focused into. So relevance over a period of time, sorry. Branding is about relevance. You understand your consumer, keep going on and on and on. Moving on. So, as I said, space. Moving on. Look at the beautiful spaces companies create. It's not about creating a beautiful retail store. Apple has, I used to manage Apple over a very long period of time. Apple ensures that format is same everywhere around the world. That's how you create a brand. All right, shape. Again, I'm taking an example of Apple. Right on the right-hand side, in New York, they created a staircase out of glass. They patented it, right? They are into creating unique codes that become synonymous with the brand, that experience with the brand, right? This is an interesting slide. Just go one up. No, just go to the sound slide. Click. If you don't hear that, this is what you will hear, right? Just 2 more minutes, right? What is it done? All right. So these are sounds. Why do brands invest in? This is called sonic. Sonic is a part of brand, right? So these are, let's go on. Right? So these are all sonics, part of brand. Moving on. Moving on. Now, so all of this does what? And I'm coming closer to the subject. All of this creates that spark for that moment of truth. All right? Moving on. Is that yours? Yeah. Shall we wrap it up? Okay. I mean, that's all that we can actually do. But anyway, if we want to engage after this, I'm here. We can talk about it. If there's more that you want to know about how we do this, then feel free. I'm around here till about 10 o'clock, 8 o'clock, sorry. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Sushobhan. That was very informative, and I'm sure that you have lots to talk about it. I appreciate you appreciating our time and closing it on time. Thank you so much. Moving on, I think we will set up the stage for the panel discussion. In the meantime, snacks are there if you want to just grab it and come back. We're running out of time, so if we want to do it faster, if you could just grab and come back by the time we'll have the stage set. Or you can be part of the stage setting. Can we have the chairs for the panel, please? Request all of you to please just grab the snack and come back in. You can have it here. IT trends in post-pandemic. The panel will be moderated by Anil Boinapalli, Principal and Co-founder, Sky Solution. We have Mr. J. Chaudhary, Chairman of India Blockchain Standards Committee. Ms. Charu Srinivasan, VP of Engineering, Microsoft. Sharat Chittrala, Managing Director, Global Link Technology. And we have Mr. Niranjan Chintam, Executive Chairman, Kelton Tech. So over to you, Anil. We have 40 minutes.
Thank you, Rashmi. Thank you for joining all of you today. So quickly we'll make introductions of the panel members. We have great panel members, and we are going to be bringing a lot of insight into IT trends post-pandemic era. So we'll have quick introductions, and then we will get into the topics that we would want to bring to you. I myself, Anil Boinapalli, Principal and Co-founder, Sky Solutions. Sky Solutions brings enterprises to become digital-first enterprises by providing cloud-native solutions and as well as services for both commercial and public sector organizations in the US as well as outside. And we have been in the business for the last 13 years, and we have centers in the US as well as here in Hyderabad. With that, I would like to pass on to Niranjan on my right.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Niranjan. I'm a founder of Kelton Tech. We started this in 2009, and we call ourselves Born Digital. We started offering services in the digital space before it was even called digital transformation. Today, we, I guess, the complete bouquet of services ranges from all the way from the mobility part to the new latest and greatest AI, ML, blockchain, and associated services. So we are present in multiple countries all over the world, but primarily most of our business comes from the US. So that's a quick overview of this. I'll give it to Charu.
Hi, Charu Srinivasan. I'm a Microsoft engineering leader, I guess, helping build the world's computer. I work on the Azure cloud infrastructure stack. Done it for many years, and it's amazing to see the last 2 years has just dramatically shifted kind of the cloud transformation journey for many of our customers. So here to kind of talk about the post-pandemic trends, and really honored to be part of such an esteemed panel. With that, I'm going to pass it on to Jay Garu.
Thank you. My name is J. Chaudhary. I used to be in technology earlier. Right now I'm doing organic farming. So any questions on farming and trends in the farming, I'll be able to answer.
Hi, Sharat Chittrala from State Street. State Street is a custodian bank, and we offer financial services. I come with 23 years experience in IT development, and I'm a solution architect and product lead at State Street. I worked in multiple global locations. I'm back to Hyderabad after almost 18 years. That's about me. Thanks. Thank you, Sharat. First, I'll start on my right with Niranjan. So Niranjan, the pandemic has introduced a great deal of difficulties and opportunities and challenges, specifically how customers and employees and the stakeholders are looking at to be able to deliver services to them. And in terms of business strategies and IT strategies, what is your customers and the stakeholders are looking at, and especially from a IT strategy side?
Thank you, Anil. Hello. It's a little bit low, sorry. I'm going to switch. So I guess we're still in the pandemic stage, right? With Omicron, I don't know what's going to happen. But currently, all of our staff is 95% working remotely. So with the remote comes a lot of challenges. You know, this is something that I was talking earlier to Anil and Charu and Sarath, where the customer engagement, I think we have taken care of it, but you know, the people or the employee engagement is where the challenges are coming. Now, with that, I'll focus on one specific topic only for today because we can go on and on with all the different technologies that are out there. Talk about cybersecurity. The cybersecurity, probably the people in the US are very aware of cybersecurity. When I was in the US, I used to work in cybersecurity too. But you know, when I came back to India, I was shocked to see the lack thereof of cybersecurity. At that time, I said, you know, just give it some time. China is going to make us think about security, and we'll be forced to do security. And we, lo and behold, you know, after probably a decade or so, we started seeing an implementation of cybersecurity. Now, the standard cybersecurity requirements are coming from confidentiality, integrity, and availability, right? Those apply even today in this new age stuff. So how do you take care of that is where the challenge of, you know, of an organization like ours, where 95% of our workforce works remotely, or right now I think is pretty much all enterprises are facing. So there are different solutions. I don't want to go into each one of them, but I'll talk specifically about the India stack that, you know, the Indian government is focused on. Call it the DEPA, which they're calling it data enablement. Sorry. Empowerment, protection, and architecture. This is primarily, right, you know, that is where I will focus. The reason why is this is probably going to be interest for a lot of these startups, where, you know, they could do a lot of activity around that. I think we all are familiar with Aadhaar. Aadhaar has enabled us to physically not be present in certain places where you can provide services or take services from, be it the bank or some place. You don't have to be physically present for that. And then you have the UPI, which enabled the cashless things. Now they're talking about the paperless. So how do you do that? So this is where this DEPA is going to help the startups go into and implement some solutions there, where you're able to do most of the transactions remotely. Basically what it means is that the customer can at every transaction authenticate to see if that information can be provided to the I guess the service provider, be it, or it could be another business, whatever it is, right? So those are the particular stack that India has come up with, and that's a very interesting space to be in for startups to provide some solutions around it. They're already aggregators. All you need to do is use information that a customer has, be it the financial information or any other information that the customer will authenticate you to have access, and then you can provide the solution. Again, in the interest of time, I'm not going to go too much deep into this. Back to you, Anil.
Thank you, Niranjan. So with that, Niranjan touched upon the total experience that each stakeholder is looking at, whether it is different channels and how do we protect those channels, whether it is mobile, web, as well as wearables, VR, AR. So how are we getting the total experience, especially coupled with native cloud? So what are you looking at, Charu, from providing those services, bringing the applications to cloud, not just lift and shift has become commodity, but what are the trends that you are seeing in the industry now?
Thanks for that, Anil. I think just picking up from where Niranjan left off, I think we are going to like a cashless, presenceless, service, paperless kind of economy, and I think the Indian government's really led the way with the India stack. I think as we look at customers who are modernizing their enterprises, the one huge acceleration we're seeing is the digital transformation that enterprises are kind of going through. Everyone realizes that data is the asset. Data is the new gold rush. In fact, I think in this world, unfortunately, we have become the commodity, right? So this entire notion that we need privacy-preserving computation, I think, is key, and I think Niranjan talked about that. But in this world, we're also realizing that customers are not just willing to lift and shift because they don't really get the value of going to the cloud if they do lift and shift. Of course, that's the most natural thing. If your data center lease is expiring, of course you're going to vacate your data center by moving to the cloud. But the reality is customers are also looking to modernize, right? Containerizing their applications, going to cloud native models, and so we're seeing that big shift. The other big shift we're also seeing is the distributed cloud. We're seeing a lot of the computation going closer to where the customer needs to be. Maybe sometimes for data residency purposes, right? Like there's many regulations out there that require the computation to be kept closer to the consumer. So we do see a big shift to kind of the edge. We see, of course, we ourselves believe that the world is going to be multi-cloud by design. And so we're calling it the distributed cloud. I think Microsoft itself refers to it as the intelligent cloud plus the intelligent edge, right? I think the fact is the latencies are so high at this point, even with computations. If a self-driving car has to make a decision about if the image in front of it is that of a bouncing ball or a skipping toddler, you've got to make that decision in microseconds or nanoseconds. So you really can't afford the latency of sending that information to the central cloud and having it compute and kind of come back to the edge of the cloud. So what is happening is a lot of the sensing, inferring, and acting is happening at the edge of the cloud. And so that's what we're calling it the distributed cloud. We think that momentum is real. And the other kind of big shift I'm also saying is this whole notion of Internet of Behaviors. I think we've heard of Internet of Things, but interestingly with the pandemic, I think customers are beginning to be observed for the way they look at the screen on where their interest lies, or people are trying to see if their employees are washing their hands or sanitizing efficiently using sensors, right? So I think there's going to be this entire notion of Internet of Behaviors. So with all this, I think shift, we do think that the momentum is real. It's there. I think Microsoft and all the other clouds, of course, have seen phenomenal momentum. So we'll see, but I think the pandemic has definitely accelerated this in a pretty big way.
Thank you, Charu. So with that notion, Charu has touched upon number of applications that requires this innovation and change. So Jay Garu, now we're seeing massive transformation in fintech, healthcare, other sectors. So I know your near and dear is agriculture. What are we seeing in agriculture, and how do we bring this innovation to agriculture? And how can entrepreneurs here could think about it and make some investment into that?
Thank you, Anil. Actually, yesterday, NABARD chairman and myself, we were on a panel. We were discussing about what is the future of agriculture in India. After his speech, I mentioned to the chairman, Dr. Chintala, that today I am doing farming in my organic farming, about 500 acres. I was able to solve many problems which a normal 2 acre, 3 acre farmer was not able to do. But one problem still, persistence is a big problem for most of the Indian agriculture farmers, is the manpower. Today, unfortunately, all the governments, they're giving everything free, and nobody is interested in coming and doing any meaningful agriculture. So ration is free, then every month they get something free, and happily they're enjoying. When I posed this question to the chairman NABARD, what he said is, no, Mr. Chaudhary, we are actually doing bringing some robots which can crawl in the farm and also pick up whatever the fruits and all that, and also smart agriculture. It can go and find out if there is any disease in particular this thing through the whatever the sensors, IoT sensors and all that. They are able to do the precision give the signal to the nearby drone mechanism. And he was telling lot of drone pilots are required in the country. Every 5 acre, in fact, he was suggesting that micro drone and a bigger drone. Micro drone can go at the lower levels, the bigger drones can. Again, drone technology is also evolving. A lot of artificial intelligence and machine learning, depending on the customized to that particular farmer, they have to program those things. There's a lot of applications. In fact, agriculture is going to be a tech-driven agriculture, not the routine agriculture. That's the only way to solve the labor problem. Looks like, I think agri-sector is going to use all the intelligence and all the technology, which I don't think other technology, because that's food is required for all of us. That sector is going to grow. I am happy that I am doing agriculture at this point of time. bringing technology to the agriculture. Thank you.
That's good to hear. So Sharat, I'm touching a very sensitive topic here. So with the new laws are coming in, how the agriculture products that needs to be procured, what do you think and how do you see future blockchain helping with the smart contracts between the farmer and the consumer, and how you see that is going to happen and what trends are going to be emerging in the future?
I think the first one from the agriculture standpoint, the supply chain, right? So the blockchain is going to help from the authenticity, right? Because when the supply chains or products are going from one place to another, I think using the order executing smart contracts and all of that, it's going to make that supply chain a lot more effective. That's one area. And also the, what Jay Gowda touched upon, right? As far as a lot of data coming from the IoTs and from the data processing standpoint and automating all of that, I think that's blockchain is going to help a lot.
Thank you. So I'm going to go back to Charu, right? Now we looked at different applications of IT being used in fintech, agriculture, and cyber. So we have to. There is a study that was published a week or two back that we need to either build or migrate 500 million applications next 3 years. So how do you see we are overcoming the challenge to be able to build those many applications? So far, just putting in that perspective, for last 60 years, what we have built is like 150 million applications, whereas we have to build 500 million applications to be able to provide the business strategies out there. So what are the trends that you're seeing that could help enterprises to be able to take upon and deliver the promise to the stakeholders?
I think the enterprise of the future is going to be AI powered almost by design. I think Jay Garu talked about this precision agriculture use case, the drones having to make decisions on is it seeing a diseased plant or a healthy plant and being able to deliver the right amount of pesticide, I guess, in this 500-acre farm that you're talking about. So I think maybe 20 years ago, 20 or 30 years ago when I joined the tech industry, it became very clear that every company was going to become a software company, right? Whoever thought that they go back and look at Ola or Flipkart or Myntra, these are tech companies more than they're, of course, they're cab companies and fashion retailers, but they're really tech companies, right? So I think tech has become so ubiquitous and it's almost a given. But I think going forward, we think directionally the world's every aspect of human enterprise is going to be amplified by AI and technologies like AI, right? So I personally believe and it's important to think about responsible AI because all AI is not good AI. We're very aware of that. So kind of keeping the human beings at the center of all this innovation, it's going to be important to think about business models that I think would leverage the data the right way, right? I think we talked about data being the new gold rush. Data is the new currency, we know that. I think, and we have cryptocurrencies, but we also have blockchain to kind of help us protect that data in many ways. But the 150 million to 500 million kind of transformation you're talking about, I think it'll come because there's cloud native, there's SaaS, there's so much of variety, and I think the COGS models have also dramatically shifted, right? Like what it took to run your line of business application on SAN hardware, on your whatever server class machines, you're able to get that and more, right? Like I recently heard about one of the natural language models that we have trained with 530 billion parameters. I mean, that's just mind-blowing if you kind of think about the scale of AI models that have dramatically shifted. So the fact that we have limitless compute, right, like literally infinite compute, infinite storage, we have the most powerful AI algorithms out there, I think all this is going to cause the next set of disruptions. And it was pretty fascinating to hear about the startups in our previous session talk about how they're going to leverage a lot of these trends. So I think we all maybe have to kind of get ready to get very present to the fact that a lot of enterprises are going to be AI powered in the future. And definitely I think they will shift to the cloud if the cost models and the COGS kind of work out. So hope that answered your question.
Yeah. Thank you, Charu. Niranjan, now, we touched upon AI. And what are you seeing, all the folks that requires to be skilled in this latest technology, whether it is AI or, machine learning or new fintech type of, technologies that are out there. What are the challenges that you're seeing? And also just extending that question, is citizen development real? Are you seeing any trends wherein, these platforms providing an opportunity for citizens to develop applications to be able to serve for themselves?
Yeah, just to add to what Charu just said, right? There's a low-code, no-code concept which touches upon the question that you asked also. As you go on, this low-code, no-code with the AI is going to do most of the applications for you, or let's say 80 to 90% solution is comes out, and then you have to do the balance. So to answer your question about the latest trends and how training and all is going on, so we keep talking about AI as the new shining tipping point or shining armor now. What we have seen is, we did a survey recently in a group within the Thai group, and we found out that even today 90% of the job or the work that we do is the basic core technologies. These being the Javas, the mobility part of it, Android, iPhone, and also PHP, the LAMP stack, all that stuff. Only 5 to 10% of the jobs are going to be in AI. But the future, like Charu was pointing out, is AI. What happens to all the people that are today coding? They will move on to other kind of work, and it's not like, we're going to displace. I think this is something that is a bogey when I was growing up, when automation or computer was being used, I don't know if any communists are here, but forgive me. The left communists were talking about displacement of jobs and all this stuff. That is gone. With AI, yes, there will be displacement of jobs, but there will be new jobs that will be created within the ecosystem that Charu talked about, that Sarath touched upon, and also Jay Garu talked about, right? So we have a lot of new opportunities coming around. So it's not going to go away. Training is a thing, we keep talking about, you train quickly, act fast, fail fast is a motto that we follow. It's a continuous learning. If you don't learn, then you're pretty much out of a job, is what is happening today with the technology at the rate it's innovating.
Thank you, Niranjan. With that, Jay Garu, how do you see this transforming the government, and then how are we creating an infrastructure so that we should be able to take this opportunity for us to move forward specifically for this area?
Yeah, Anil, I can tell you few trends. Some trends some people may not like, but future we may not have to see any government officer. The way in the previous Andhra Pradesh government, I have seen real-time governance. Anybody, anywhere in the state, if there has a complaint, immediately the way it used to get escalated up to the chief minister level, and no need to really go and meet any collector or any minister or any secretary, no need to go to secretariat. I think governance is going to that way. I think all the technologies, whether it's a blockchain technology or traceability technology, everything is going to be implemented by the government, and the Digital India program, whatever our Honorable Prime Minister is now talking about, I think that's going to really make a common man. There's no, everybody will be on the same level playing field, whether a poorest person in a rural area or a richest person in cities like Hyderabad. Technology is the same. I don't think, I'll have a better there's no weightage factor for J. Chaudhary in the digital platform versus a poorest beggar in the other thing. So complaints can be taken care like that, and automated escalation will happen. Hopefully, they will all implement properly the decision-making mechanism. That's one trend I am seeing. The second trend, the way the startup companies in the morning session, that's what we are seeing, noticing in our Succeed Innovation Fund, the kind of companies with a lot of new energy. In the last 1 year, I think more than 60 companies, we invested in those companies. And also last quarter, India became number 2 in producing the technology unicorns. So one trend I am seeing, all the ATA people from different places, maybe you have to think of coming back to Hyderabad, coming back to India, because Silicon Valley is moving to Hyderabad and Bangalore corridor. I think that's what is going to happen. I'm not telling you just, to please or unplease to all of you, because one simple logic which I am applying. For example, somebody comes to our Succeed Innovation, we put up crore rupees in that company, early stage company, and he can come out with a pilot within 1.5 years. The same 1 crore, same kind of a problem in Silicon Valley, within a month that's all over, right? So people are same, right? Charu and all those people working in Microsoft, Google, all the top technologies are in India. And we have multiple problems in India to be solved. And we have funds are also, so many funds. Hyderabad, I never saw any angel fund earlier when we started Hyderabad Angels. Today, there must be at least 50 angel funds and several venture funds. So everything is there. So obviously, see, people cannot go to China, countries like China, because there is no trust factor. Their own Chinese entrepreneurs are getting into deep problems, like Jack Ma, whatever happened. So, India is the country, and also one more important thing, this one technology industry where there is no government intervention. Wherever there is a government intervention, they talk about ease of doing business. It's also ease of doing business in most of the sectors. So, manufacturing sector, you take any sector. Fortunately, technology sector, I don't have to worry about who is the secretary, who is the chief minister. I have an idea, I have a problem to be solved. I'll go to Succeed Innovation, get the money, I'll recruit people, and my market is whole world is my market. So if that is the case, I see many technology companies, startup companies to come and survive and succeed, and they will create wealth for the nation, whatever the taxes required for the defense and other this thing. These technology companies, unicorns, which are going to come, they will create that wealth, and also they will create jobs. I don't think in the last 3 years, none of the manufacturing, all the SME companies are all got wiped out because of the COVID and pandemic. Only technology companies, they are recruiting, and salaries are going up and up. All the economy, cars, Benz cars, BMW cars, and everybody is getting benefited. So I think Indian technology companies are the savior for this great democratic nation, and we will really show the path, and all of you have to come back to Hyderabad and Bangalore. Thank you.
That's a great one, Jay Garu. With that, Sharath, so Jay Garu talked about transparency, democracy, and building equity for everyone. So with that, could you touch upon some applications where blockchain could bring that and provide value for everyone, for all the stakeholders in the society?
Yeah, I think maybe I'll touch upon first with the financial industry, right? Because you asked about the smart contract, how the blockchain is going to help, right? So now crypto is one of the digital assets that we are all aware and pretty much advertised, right? And comes the NFTs. But now a lot of the traditional assets are kind of getting into the digital asset space, right? So that's where the smart contracts are going to help provision that, and the blockchain is a platform that pretty much all the traditional assets are going to get converted, and that's a major shift that we see as far as the blockchain adoption is concerned, right? And with the transparency, I think Chauru touched upon the governance, right? So with so much data that is exploding in the market from the public domain and the asset management domain, I think with the governance tools that we are kind of built into the digital kind of ecosystem, I think that's going to help a great lot.
Thank you, Sharath. With that, I'll conclude. So, we are now at the cusp of, changing, the ecosystem. We're moving to new economy, and, the things that are going to be very important. All the esteemed panel members have talked about how the technology is going to be helping us. So, if anyone have any questions for, any technology, you have, Jay?
No. Thank you, Anil, and the panelists. You're doing a great job and great discussions. I just want to follow up on Jay Chaudhary's comment about bringing work back, but the question is more to Charu on that. And I first of all, I just want to acknowledge and applaud Niranjan for going and doing his program, master's program. He did from Wharton and his brother from Kellogg. They came in and combined the names of Kellogg's and Wharton to Kelton Technologies and started a company here. Thanks for bringing jobs to Hyderabad. But at the same time, Charu, Microsoft has grown to be a $2 trillion company, right? Under the leadership of our own Hyderabadi running that company. So that's a tremendous growth. So what are Microsoft plans in terms of especially these innovative emerging technologies to invest in India and invest in Hyderabad? How much are you going to double, triple, like the stock price? Can you share Microsoft plans for investing in India, especially in these emerging technologies?
Thank you. Very pointy question. But I think the $2 trillion is actually not the high order bit. The high order bit is what Satya says, right? We succeed when the world around us succeeds. I think that's very true to our mission statement, right? Make every person and organization on the planet to achieve more. That's really at the core of what we attempt to do. So since the question is specifically about India, our interest in obviously the geography, the very fascinating thing is kind of picking up a lot from what Jay Garu said, right? India is not one India, right? There's the India 1, India 2, India 3, Bharat, right? And you kind of go back and think about what's happening in the digital economy, right? You look at UPI. I think it's fascinating. Even people who are returning back from the US, I don't think you're going to pay your helper money through GPay the way we do it here. Right? You're paying your vegetable vendor cashless. It's just fascinating how we've transformed, the economy is transforming. So I think we clearly are very interested in what's happening here. We also want to, and it's hard to call it emerging anymore, right? When you have the kind of advancements we're seeing, we may not have the desktop revolution we completely skipped that for good measure. When I moved to India in 2005, I used to have one of these flip phones. And within a few years, the smartphone revolution kind of took over. So the fact that the Indian consumer is very savvy, and I think there is also the Bharat problem that we should be thinking about, right? And I do think we are actively thinking about what makes sense. Obviously, it's still early days. But the fact is we were one of the first cloud vendors to be out here, right? With data centers across Pune, Maharashtra, and Chennai. And we hope to have, of course, there's Google and Amazon. We expect all of that. We have a very healthy share of the market. We expect the pie is going to grow for all of us. We expect that to be a big shift as well. But I think we're uniquely watching what's happening in this economy as a way to learn from here to take it to the globe. I think I want to really pick up on what Niranjan said about DEPA. Right? If you go back and think about all sovereign governments, we heard about GDPR in EU. We're going to hear about DEPA in India. What's France going to come up with? So can we evolve a privacy-preserving approach that's a platform approach that would be relevant throughout the globe? So can India become a petri dish for us to learn and in many ways expand to the globe? So those are all the approaches, and I think Satya is really, anytime there's a startup in India and he hears about it in TechCrunch, our finance leader gets an immediate email saying, why are they not on Azure? Or why are we not relevant to them, right? So there's a lot of interest I think we're paying to what's happening out here. We have the third largest startup ecosystem in the planet. I mean, that's massive. We're on track. By 2023, I think we're going to have the second largest developer population in the world. If you combine all this, I think it's a great time to come back. We did it.
Thank you. Quick question, is Microsoft investing in the startup ecosystem in all of these company startups in India?
Absolutely. I think we'd love to know what we should be doing differently, what we should be doing better. And I'm personally kind of spending a bunch of my time. So for all the startup vendors out there who want to kind of come tell me why this is hard and why we are not making the mark, I'd love to know more so we make the product better.
We have Succeed and Powerhouse here. They're investing in startups. So.
But I think the key is to keep the mission statement in mind. I think we've always, it's not the fact that we grew to $2 trillion, that's the high order bit. It's the fact that the world, the ecosystem around us grew as well, right? And I think that's Satya's leadership has been transformational. So.
Any other questions?
My name is Sai Sudhani. I work for City of Raleigh in US. So there is a problem in US also, private versus government. So we always, new software comes, we tell boss, hey, you can buy that software and we implement it in government texture, right? We're talking about all high tech here, but I went to the registration office yesterday. They still have old systems. So I think you smart people here, private and public sector, you can do that better than for the common population. So any thoughts on that?
So maybe I'll have Jay Garu take this question. You have been in the government, you have been a techie, so probably you're the best person to answer.
You want us to come back?
See, I have been with the government of India and various state governments. I think the way things are evolving, I don't think there will be any difference between government and public sector. And if all the public sectors are also going to implement the governance which they are supposed to implement, then I don't think approaching a private sector versus public sector, it will be the same. Hopefully they will implement. Some states are going halfway through. Hopefully in the next 10-15 years, things will change.
Thank you, Jay Garu. Maybe Niranjan, you want to add few color to it?
It's a little bit color to what Jay Garu just said. Just last week I was talking to one of the finance ministers of a state, and he commented upon, that's one of the discussions that I had, just what the gentleman asked there, when are you transforming your own internal workforce? So his immediate thing was, I tried. Okay, and there's a lot of resistance, lethargy, when it comes to from the employees and bureaucrats, and I hope no bureaucrat is here, I'm sorry if I'm going to offend somebody. So he gave an example of an STPI that was implemented in that state, and he was pushing to measure the output, basically when you measure for pollutants in the output, and he held back payment for a few quarters to make sure that they implemented, and they did not implement. Finally, he had pressure from upstairs, so he had to make the payment. So there's a lot of lethargy there when it comes to, I don't know if we call it job security, but the color there is, there's a lot of lethargy when it comes from the employees onwards. So that is the reason why some of these things, despite the best efforts of the top, the bottom is what is resisting.
Recently, I had the privilege of being at a Tamil Nadu government event in Chennai, and just to kind of pick up from where Jay Garu talked about it, the level of transparency in government is going up, right? Like you talked about, can a citizen, whether it's Jay Garu or somebody on the street, have the same level playing field? I think we're closer than ever before. I'm not saying we're there, but I think we're closer than ever before. And the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu at that point was talking about dashboards and using OKRs. I mean, this is the first time I'd heard this term in that setting, right? So I do think that transformation is happening, maybe slowly and surely, and I think there are some governments that are more progressive than others. Frankly, in 2005, when a bunch of us moved back from Microsoft Redmond to Hyderabad, there was a massive investment in the local region, and I think to a large extent, I would say those things brought some of us back, right? So I do think that this change is happening, maybe not at the pace that we'd like, right? But I do think we need to be hopeful and have a sense of progress. That's what I would think.
I just want to add what Charu said. I have been living in my village for the last 2 years. I was asking my brother, have you ever been to the local MRO office? No, I mean, I get everything through e-Seva or me-Seva, all documents we'll just submit. And also now they are doing it from mobile. So earlier, and without going to MRO office, none of those works possible. Even to get a document, I mean, so many people you have to go and bribe and all that this thing. To that extent, the change has come, but still we are somewhere around 50%. Maybe another 50%, maybe things will change.
Thank you. With that, first I would like to thank all the panel members taking time, coming here. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you for listening in. Thank you, guys.
I request the panel to be on the stage. I would request Mr. Lax Chapuri, Jay Chella and Kasi Kota to please come up on stage to recognize our panel. That was definitely a very interesting and informative panel. Yeah, we would also request Bhuvanesh Bojala and Madhu Pomineni. Lex, could I request you to please honor Mr. Jay Chaudhary? Jay Chaudhary, Chairman of India Blockchain Standards Committee. Could I request you to please also honor Ms. Charu Srinivasan, VP of Engineering, Microsoft. Jay, could I please request you to honor Sharat Chitrala, Managing Director, Global Link Technology. Could I request Bhuvanesh to please... could I request Venu Sankineni to please honor our guest, Niranjan Chintam, Executive Chairman, Kelton Tech. We also would like to recognize a special person who helped us put the panel together and get such interesting speakers for us this evening, Mr. Ramesh Kaza. Last but definitely not the least, the man who made all the four people talk for his questions, the moderator of the panel, Anil Boinapalli. Could I request Sharada Sangireddy also to please join us on the rest? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. The ATA Business Conference Committee would like to thank their sponsors for the event today, starting with Vital Global. Do we have a representative from Vital Global? Yeah. Gentlemen, we are recognizing Mr. Mukesh Yadav, Managing Partner and CTO of Vital Global here with us. Request the leadership of ATA to honor our sponsor, Vital Global. Our sponsor is AIS. Not here. All right. As a value add to the attendees, I believe that this talk will have another fruitful amalgamation of if the local government and the experts from the USA and bring about a unique opportunity to know about one of the fastest yet inclusive growing business tech hubs of the USA. We'll also give a first-hand experience of connecting with the India office of the Economic Development Authority of the local government of Fairfax County. Fairfax County is one of the counties where all of the leading businesses are headquartered. So we now have Mr. Dev Malik, who is representing India office of Fairfax County Economic Development Authority of the local government of Fairfax County in Virginia. How many of you are here from Virginia? Lots of us. Dev, over to you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rashmi, and big thanks to all the attendees for being here. Special thanks to American Telugu Association for this beautiful amalgamation. Since last years, 2 years I've been seeing all virtual activities, though conducted many, attended many from my Fairfax perspective, from being the council member of TIDE chapters and all. But I guess after 2 years, it's my first in-person activity, and has been an amazing experience to see all the stalwarts, leaders, experts. So since it's a kind of closure note for the day, I would love to thanks to the city also, since we are talking about the locations. Hyderabad has been always near and dear to me since I completed some part of my education from Hyderabad, my MBA. And afterwards, Hyderabad has been the one of my work areas till date. From the time I started my candidature with NASSCOM. So I won't take that much time, as we all are aware, United States being the largest recipient of foreign direct investment in the world for its innovative and stable market, and being the world's largest economy. In the honor of time, I won't spend too much time on why USA. Since gaining access to the new market in international waters, especially if you're talking about USA, like many of the dignitaries have been mentioning, but coming to the tech sector, I think it's the one of the most important growth strategic objective for all the entrepreneurs, and hence my today's talk will be about one of the fastest growing tech clusters, as Rashmi rightly mentioned, yet inclusive location for your business, Fairfax County. Fairfax County, as you can see, the cluster has, from Fortune 11 500 companies to 8,700 tech startups, with access to 3 international airports, world-renowned university campuses. It's 450 plus international companies now. Premier tech infrastructure, nationally ranked public school system, 11 Fortune 500 headquarters, talented workforce, great quality of life. I'll be circling back to all the resident of the county for some testimonials though later. Coming to the location part, through Washington Dulles International Airport, which serves more than 50 international destinations, including a direct flight to Indira Gandhi National Airport, and its Eastern time zone, and much I'll say economical as compared to places like Silicon Valley and all. Fairfax County provides direct links to the global markets. So these are some key industries, some game changers in the location through Fairfax County. Though Fairfax County is more than just tech, because all you'll see here is tech. Having said that, we were talking about cybersecurity in the panel discussion. So I would, like to share some facts and stats. There are some more than 530 cybersecurity companies in the county that call the county their home, tapping from the 15 different centers of academic of excellence in the field. With regulators and institutions like CIA, just minutes away from the Washington DC, companies in Fairfax County have the access to people and resources that places like in Silicon Valley can never acquire as easily. As we are aware, the US federal government, being the world's largest buyer of goods and services, spending more than 600 billion annually, with approximately 1/4 going to the smaller size of companies, startups. Our proximity to the nation's capital brings us to the forefront of government contracting, that being one of the strengths of doing business in the county. Since defense and aerospace is mentioned, I would share one more fact. 7 out of the top 10 global defense and aerospace companies have their headquarters based out of the county. We were talking about who is who of global giants. So these are some power players in the county, the major employers based out of the county. These are the international players based out of the county, and talking about India perspective, since we are talking about Indian and American diaspora, we have some almost 30 companies, 30 Indian companies, including HCL, TCS, and small startups also from emerging tech, IT, all the backgrounds. So as I rightly mentioned about the government contracting federal R&D awards, that is little blurry. The capital investment, 116 companies on the INC 5000 list, and these are some, again, some facts. For this, I would love to circle back to the residents, and would be glad to connect with you, all of you, like one-on-one in the time constraint, and would let you know, how Fairfax County has it all. So when it's coming to the services, what we do, what I do, taking care of India office, I work with the executives from all the sectors, locals and state governments from India, helping the Indian INCs in the succession to US. So when I say succession, starting from maybe helping understand to evaluate the market, whether Fairfax County is better for you, or New York is better for you. Then coming to all the minimal parts, all the facilitation of incorporation, understanding the legal issues, understanding the go-to-market strategy, and from my own network, I make sure that all the stakeholders, there is a win-win situation. So Fairfax County has 7 offices across the globe, with the HQ office in Virginia, as rightly mentioned. We have an office in Los Angeles, we have an office in London, we have an office in Berlin, Tel Aviv. Bangalore is the head office where I take care. I have one small team in Bombay, and we have an office in Seoul also. So we check all the boxes while we are helping the organizations in the transition. So these are again some international advantages, and I'll leave you guys with my contact details, and we can catch up later on. Thank you so much, Mr. Lux. Thank you so much, Rashmi. Thank you so much, American Telugu Association again, and wish all the entrepreneurs a very good day and my best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dev. We definitely have a lot of people who can vouch for Fairfax County, no doubt about it. Thanks for all the help that you give us. Moving on, Dev, could you please come back on stage? Thank you so much for coming and giving us information about Fairfax County. All Virginia, okay. Yeah, all Virginia and Fairfax County promoters. All right, we move on to the next panel, in fact, the last panel for the day. And I would like to introduce my panel. The topic of discussion is establishing companies in Tier 2 cities and the benefits. Let me introduce my panel. We have Karthik Polasani, CEO, Eclat Health Solution Inc. Could you please come over? Choose your seat. Okay, then we have Shrikant Sinha, CEO, Task. Task is Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge. Could I request VVS and Raju, founder and managing partner, Juris Prime Law Services. Mr. Vijay Rangineni, CEO, IT Investment, Government of Telangana. And last but definitely not the least, Mr. Lax Chepuri, CEO, Technogen Inc. This panel will be moderated by your own Rashmi Kumar. Actually sitting right next to you. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to reintroduce myself. My name is Rashmi and I run Decode Consulting Services. We are into management consulting and training services based out of DC and Bangalore. I will pass on the mic for my panel to introduce themselves.
Good evening, everyone. This is Lax Chepuri. I run a company called Technogen. I'm the CEO and founder and CEO of the company. It's been 19 years. The world founder forgot about it. So we're out of DC and we have offices here in Hyderabad and Khammam also. That's the topic of the discussion. So we'll explore more. Thank you.
Andarki Namaskaram. I'm Shrikant Sinha. I head Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge, which is a government initiative. When the state was being formed, it was seen when they identified and looked at the survey of 1,400 companies, only 10% locals were there as part of the IT industry. And that's where Task was formed to ensure that you get the right ready resources whenever you move to Telangana. Prior to this, I was CEO of NASCOM Foundation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Very glad to be here to talk to you about Tier 2 investments for Government of Telangana. In total, I worked 25 years in the US and roughly 12 years with Tech Mahindra and GE Capital, and now I'm with the Government of Telangana. I'm CEO IT Investment with a priority focus to get investments into Tier 2 and Tier 3, and immediate goal is to create employment of at least 25,000 people in the next 24 months.
I'm Karthik Polasani. I'm the CEO of Eclat Health Solutions, a company based in the DC area with operations in Hyderabad and also Karimnagar, again topic of interest. I'd like to take a second to thank the ATA leadership team, I see Bhuvanesh, Jay Garu and Lax and few other very familiar faces. I'm also based from the DCA, but amazing job to put this together and very, very fascinating. And Rashmi, you've been doing a fantastic job moderating it. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening to all. I'm VVS and Raju, a managing partner of Juris Prime, which I founded in 2005. Prior to that, I was with two financial institutions, IDB and ICICI Bank. So we are based out of Hyderabad. We have 20 plus lawyers and we practice in corporate banking, real estate, insolvency and litigation. These are all our focus areas. I'm also co-founder of Succeed along with Lax, Jay Garu and Vikrant. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think my first question will be to Karthik, being the first mover and enjoying the benefits of Tier 2 cities. As a business owner and as an early mover, what are the benefits that you are experiencing, and what is that you want to share with us by moving and expanding to Tier 2 cities?
So first off, my earlier dean was here, Ajit Rangnekar. I had studied in ISB. So there is a classical saying in B school that first mover is not necessarily advantageous because you have to invest a lot in R&D, you have to figure out things. There is always a second mover advantage. But having said that, I think going back to our story of Karimnagar, that's where we established our Tier 2 center. I have to share how it all happened. Our family, my parents hail from Karimnagar, so obviously that was a motivating factor. But it was just out of a dinner table conversation. I started this company in 2008 with a small operation in Hyderabad with 13 people to begin with. And then 3 years into it, just having a dinner conversation with my father, and he runs a school in Karimnagar. And he was asking me what are the challenges of the business. I said, keeping talent, retaining has been a challenge. So we're really struggling for it. Then he said, why don't you look at Karimnagar? And I immediately looked at him and said, first of all, like the two biggest challenges that came to my mind is one place, right? Where do we even operate? Is there any infrastructure, right? Bandwidth, infrastructure. Second thing was skilled people. So these were the two biggest question marks in my mind, and I'm seeing in the last couple of years. I'm sure we have some panelists who address the problem on the government side, but those are the biggest challenges for us. But having said that, I think, we've been there from 2011 in Karimnagar. We were one of the first to be there. Right now we have 200 people. In 2016, we operated in a stealth mode, without much fanfare, out of my dad's school for about 5 years. We grew to about 70 people back then. And then in 2016, the Minister Garu inaugurated our office in Karimnagar. It's a 200-seater facility. It's much better than our Hyderabad office. I'd invite anybody who's in Karimnagar to come. So we started that. I think one of the key advantages we've seen going to a place like Karimnagar is the amount of motivation and amount of commitment to the work from the team there has just been fabulous. It took us a few years to invest in the middle leadership. That was the challenge. How do we train? So, in fact, I have my head of my operations who spearheaded it, Srikanth. I'd love for you to stand up. He's actually been a champion. He's from Khammam, so now he wants to do something in Khammam. So, but he's really championed it and built it to 200 people center in Karimnagar. A lot of challenges. He had to convince our middle-level managers to go there, spend 3 months at a time. But right now, 100% team in Karimnagar, including leadership, is all Karimnagar. I have not gone there in maybe 3 years, 4 years. I don't think Srikanth, we keep telling me he has to go every month, but I don't think he's gone there in 6 months. So I think we've built a good center. So once you build that talent, that initial phase, so it's about building the middle management. That has been the challenge, and that has been very, very helpful for us to invest ahead of time and believe in the whole Tier 2 model ahead of time. So, and our goal for next year is we are hiring another 200 people next year. So big task ahead of us in Karimnagar. So we're looking at various options, and I would love to hear about things that the government, with Mr. Vijay Garu being there and Srikanth here, what we could do. And all of this, quite frankly, we've done without having to intervene or bother the government, right? So it proves that that this model is successful. I mean, there's an opportunity, and we do a lot of work for large health systems. 5 of the top 10 health systems in the US are our customers. So we actually process close to 8 billion of claims out of Karimnagar, and it's pretty high-end analytics works also happening from Karimnagar. So we're super proud of what we're doing there, and we'd love to continue and obviously happy to share more experiences. But I'll pause there and pass it back to Rashmi.
Thank you, Karthik. We are also super proud of what you're doing. My next question is for Raju Garu. We've heard a lot about technology. Let's hear from what's in store for legal. So my question for you is, would you like to share some insights of the investments that are coming towards India from the NRIs and what they have to consider, or what are the changes or upgrades that have happened in the legal side of the businesses?
Before going to the legal side, I just want to mention about ease of doing business. Already sir mentioned about that. So in 2014 we are at 142 rank. Right now we are at 63 rank. So India. So we have improved in a lot of ways in the systems. Now the registration of the company is happening online. Along with that registration, they are also issuing the PAN card, TDS, TAN card. A lot of other registrations happen automatically along with the registration of the company. And earlier we were having the lot of taxation side. We have the state, central, interstate, all that removed, and now they are coming under the GST, one umbrella. So that is another major change. And we have a system now developed for the construction permissions, going everything online. And they have given a strict guidelines. That is, the construction permissions, making it online, has improved the Indian rating in doing the business. Apart from that, there is other measures like insolvency and bankruptcy code, which has brought in a major change, and the stakeholders have recovered as of now 2.5 lakh crores under IBC regime. So earlier when somebody comes to India, wants to wind up and go back, it's very difficult to wind up the business in India. But now there is a voluntary liquidation under which you can wind up the business and go quickly. So these are all given a very good advantage for the people who are investing in India. So apart from that, when you are investing in India, you have to do a lot of due diligence of the companies in which you are investing. Now earlier there is a lot of tax evasions and all that. There is no coordination between the taxation authorities, lot of other authorities, but now with the online, everything is connected. If you are filing an income tax return and you have filed a GST return, they both of them conceal and then come back saying that your income tax return is saying this much, but you are paid the less GST. So therefore the due diligence, compliances is very, very, very important, and you have to do the due diligence and see that the company do all the due diligences. Apart from that, when you are investing, I think you have to mandatorily do that proper documentation work, like a shareholders agreement or a share purchase agreement. Invest it through a proper channel, like through an RBI channel, and take the FEMA permissions if required. But now most of the sectors it's a 100% automatic route. Still whatever that compliances you have to make under the FEMA, you have to make that compliances. So that when you are tomorrow, when there is a contest, go to the court, I think you have a good stand to win. Now yesterday I have seen another case where that one of the NRI invested 4 crores and the company has inducted him as a director. After 4 months, they have issued a notice to remove him as a director. So we had to move to the NCLT and get some stay order for that, against that removal of the director. So unless you have the proper due diligence, proper compliance of law, proper documentation, it's very difficult here. The enforcing contract is very difficult, even though there are so many things we are improving it, but we are not improving the enforcement of contracts. But still we are trying in India now that arbitration center is coming in Hyderabad. So people can go to the arbitration, we can see speedy enforcement of the contract, but enforcement is a little bit bad in India right now. So I have seen another case where one of the NRI has engaged someone here, did lot of recruitment and all that without having the proper documentation, proper company, simply transferred the money. When the guy who he trusted cheated him, when we went to the police station, it's very difficult to protect him because there is no documentation, no proper company, nothing is there. So that way I think when you are investing, the due diligence and properly compliance is the key thing.
Thank you so much, Raju Garu. Moving on, my next question is to Mr. Shrikant Sinha. I think one of the challenges, or everybody says, is lack of available skilled resources availability of skilled resources in Tier 2 cities if they have to move to or expand to Tier 2 cities. What do you, can you share some insights of what you're doing or what TASK is doing in order to build the kind of resources that's needed in the current technology scenario? And also, what is that you have found out in your experience so far?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I think it's a very, very pertinent question given this audience being here. I think getting land, technology, money is easy. Getting manpower is the most difficult thing, and especially entry level as well as mid-level management. And that's where TASK plays a role. So what we do is, we have got about 690 colleges registered with us. Close to about 30 to 40,000 students enroll with us every year, year on year. We have about 70 to 80,000 students, college-going students with TASK, who benefit from various programs. We have got 80 different program offerings. So we have, essentially, if you look at the market itself, and we work very closely with the industry. So right now, as the previous panel also spoke about, ABC are the major areas, right? Artificial intelligence, big data, cloud. So we do run programs, and we have about 40 industry partners, right? From the Microsofts of the world to ServiceNow to Salesforce, etc., who partner us, and we do these programs. So we run regular programs for the students across while they're in the college. Plus we run something called as the finishing school model, which is post-college or people who are either underemployed or unemployed. For them who have passed out of college, we run programs for them also. Plus we also work with corporates. In fact, an example is over here itself, where we worked along with Laxgaru itself and trained 60 people over a 45 days period, which is a customized program, right, at zero cost to them. The government took care of the entire expenses of training, etc. So there are multiple models such as these that we are doing. We are also ensuring that we don't call it soft skills now any longer. Here at TASK, we call it essential skills, because these skills are very, very essential. So higher order thinking skills like growth mindset, talking about critical analysis and problem solving, design thinking, all these things also we include as part of the curriculum itself. Moving ahead, we also, as we said, we work very closely with the industry. Right now, we are working with the BFSI consortium over here, trying to see how we both can collaborate together to ensure right in the college stage itself, with the proper curriculum, train people. Similarly, we have done that for aerospace industry. We are doing it for multiple industries. So depending upon what is the requirement, we'd be happy to work with all the people across over here in the room, and it's an open invitation to you. Please have a look at our website in case there are any ready courses which you would like, and in fact, I must also mention over here, probably we are the only government website, right, where more than about 300, 400 corporates have advertised their entry-level positions, right? So we definitely are a single point source where we can help you reach out to this huge pool of about 2 lakh plus students across Telangana. And we will take care of all logistics. We will pre-screen them so that you don't even have to, 2 years ago there were 17,600 plus students appearing for 200 jobs at Infosys, which is a nightmare for Infosys also, right? So we pre-screen them, we train them, we get them to you. So that's typically how TASK is working. And we also do job fairs, which will not only help people who are in the colleges, but also attract talent. For example, we did it in Khammam, we did it in Karimnagar, and both the places there were more than 5,000 plus interested candidates who came in over there on the day of the job fair. So definitely these are some of the initiatives, and I'll be happy to talk about it moving ahead also.
Wow, I think that's a huge number of churn out of talent pool that TASK is enabling. My next question is to Mr. Vijay Rangineni. First of all, thank you so much for moving away from your plush TechM job and going forward or taking that step to support the government of Telangana in supporting IT investments. My question to you is, we attend so many conferences and we see a lot of push or a lot of requests that KTR Garu itself asking companies to move to Tier 2 cities. We were at Mass Mutual inauguration the other day and he was openly asking everybody, move to Tier 2 cities, decentralize, support that, enable that. So I believe that that has added a lot of extra work for you, extra responsibility. Now, what are the strategies, what are the plans that you and your team are taking, or with the help of government, to move or to strengthen Tier 2 cities?
Thank you, Rashmi. That's an excellent question. Coming back to it, let me give a little background. If somebody asked me in February 2020, Vijay, what is your plan for working from home? We want you to push work from home. We want you to see how much percentage of people can you make people from work from home. Then I said, I'm very ambitious. I want to do it somewhere close to 5 and move to 10% within a span of 2 years. And then hit March 15th. March 15th to March 25th, I moved 25,000 desktops, laptops, people home, put it in a van, sent it to Karimnagar, sent it to Warangal, sent it to Nizamabad, sent to the people, all the people home. And even today, 98% of the people are working successfully, delivering on the commitments, meeting the SLAs, and meeting the productive levels, and life is cool. If 98% of the people can go home and operate from remote villages, as long as they have internet bandwidth and connectivity, the question is, that was an awakening thought for us. What the hell were we doing? We were thinking, this is not there, that is not there. Today, 98% of the people are working from remote places. So, next question, when I talk to the customers, they said, while it is there, we would like to see collaboration among the people. The people that are coming in, the people that are working in Karimnagar, we want them to get to an office, sit down and discuss. While we could do everything on the phone, we want to have that collaboration. I think these IT centers definitely help for the collaboration. So one thing that we did is we started the thing in Warangal first. In fact, from Tech Mahindra, I moved my shop, and Cyient and everybody moved their shop. And now you have noticed Genpact is moving big way to Warangal, and Mindtree is there. So many more companies are coming to Warangal. And we already have running shops in Karimnagar with 550 people, in Khammam with 470. We already have 19 companies there, and we are starting at Tower 2 there. And based on the success that we have seen in Warangal, Karimnagar, and Khammam, we are already made the plans. Nizamabad is going to come up in 3 months with 600 seats, and Mahbubnagar with 750 seats, and Siddipet, which is only 1 hour away, we are going to have 1,200 seats there. And now we are also looking at Ramagundam, Vanaparthi, Tier 3 locations. Our plan is, because 98% of the people can work from home, why can't we provide actual plug-and-play facilities in all those areas where we could do it? Hyderabad has been great. In spite of Corona, we delivered 12.98% growth year over year with a $19.7 billion revenue exports. And now we are planning to grow even year to date also. Our rate is looking pretty good, and we are stand number 1 in the state of Telangana in the terms of the growth. So definitely we want to take the growth away from Gachibowli and Madhapur. While we want to have all of you guys come and set up a shop here, we want also to come back and go and set up shop in the rural places where you come from. Coming from a farming family, there's a lot of gratification. Leaving the corporate job and coming to government and working it out and creating the employment. And whenever I go to Khammam and whenever I go to this thing, there's a multiplier effect. These are the people that go spend the money, they go to the restaurant, they go to the movies, they buy the apartments. So there's a lot of other development that come. And one last thing is, for the people that think the government moves slow, I'll tell you one example. At Tech Mahindra, and I've talked to all my friends, Infosys, TCS, to get a T1 line, standard answer is 4 to 6 weeks. If you push it, anybody, you take TCS, Tata Communications, or anybody, it takes 4 weeks, best. So I was talking to the Khammam collector and said, we need to have this in place. And we need to have this in place to make things happen. And he said, Vijay Garu, just wait. In 36 hours, you'll have internet. I said, that's not possible. It always takes 4 to 6 weeks. So they stopped the traffic, dug the roads, put the cables in, connected to the laptop and called me and says, Vijay Garu, internet is here. So when the government thinks and commits, things move at double the speed and things make happen. And obviously with the support of KTR Garu and Jayesh Ranjan and Task, my colleague here, we have been able to create significant amount of movement. And along with the movement, we have been able to create the jobs, and it's been a pretty good place to go and good place to be here. And regarding challenges, I am answerable to creating 25,000 more jobs in Tier 2, so I'm going to work on that.
Thank you so much. I just have one small leading question. Does government of Telangana also give any incentives, or is there anything that the founder or the business owner can avail?
You know, definitely for a startup investor, that's a very good question. We are creating a plug-and-play facilities at a very cheaper rental rates, which is 13 to 15 rupees per square feet plus maintenance. In total, it comes to roughly 3,000 rupees per square feet, which is a very classy workspace. Sitting in a classy workspace, conference rooms, boardrooms, and everything, you are able to get that 3,000 rupees per seat. And the second thing that we have is, for all the startup companies, we are giving 25% rental subsidies for a period of 3 years, okay, from the time they come in. And we take their power tariff things and we'll degrade it to the next level, so their electricity cost, they are going to get a rebate of 25%. And since we are going to hire the people, as long as you hire 50 people from that particular locality, we are going to give you 20,000 rupees per person rebate, and also 2,500 rupees per month training cost for a period of 6 months. So these are the ones. Again, you start the business not for incentives, but all these are promoters in place for you to make things happen. And Telangana government is doing, in fact, I compare the Karnataka plan, Chennai plan, Pune plan, and every plan. Telangana plan is the best plan to support the resources to come and set up a shop here. So we're pretty pleased to be here, and thank you for that leading question. Can I add?
Please.
Two things. One is there's a policy of the state which is meet it or beat it, which he spoke about, right? So Telangana government is going to match whatever you are getting somewhere outside, you will either meet it or beat it. And second thing is, not being a regressive policy, they are saying if you recruit 80% of the local people, right, we will train them and give you those people free of cost to you. So those are some of the positive policies.
Instead of carrot or a stick approach, Telangana government is taking a carrot approach. If you hire 80% of the people, we will enhance the incentives.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's a lot of insights. I think the government as well as Task is doing a lot of help and incentives that every startup or a business owner needs. Moving on, Lex, my question to you is, again, congratulations on completing 1 year of IT Hub. I think that deserves an applause from all of you. So again, I would again want to ask a similar question, that you also being an early mover and creating IT Hub and also promoting other businesses to join hands with you and set up their operations in Khammam. What are the challenges that you underwent, and how much time did it take for you to set this up? And also, what are the benefits that you're enjoying now, and what is that you want to share with other companies that are wanting to move to the phase 2 of Khammam IT Hub?
Thank you, Rashmi. That's a fully loaded question. So I may need a couple of hours to explain all that, what we went through. The whole journey started in 2013 when in Khammam, we never had a PG center. I'm sure a lot of folks know in like 90s, but in 2010 time, we have 14 engineering colleges. God knows who gave the permission, but it's all right. As we come visit India, whenever we go, they always say, as if we are Infosys or Wipro, they all come and ask for jobs. And we're not that big to accommodate every kid. But I said, okay, the thought-provoking thing is, I said, everyone is approaching, why don't we set up something in Khammam itself and create employment there, not necessarily big shop. But then I approached the IT minister then in the United Andhra, And he said, Lax, I'll give you place 25 acres. Can you go and build it? I said, no capex. Only we can operate if you give me a plug and play office space. So that was the story started. But long story short, in 2017, I approached the new government and K.T. Ramarao Garu, and he responded positively. I said, Lax, are you sure, NRIs come and talk a lot of things? I said, I'm not talking. Either government does it or I do it. It's one of the two options. The whole goal is to create employment. And it was a little challenging to say that because that time broadband is an issue and power is an issue. But I said the intent is right and I believe in that. So we wanted to really create an entrepreneurship there and create employment there. And it's more of a social entrepreneurship. So that's where I convinced my friends, two of them are here, Prakash and Jay Taluri. I want to acknowledge their support. So then the government said, okay, you go and get the MOUs first, okay? So because it's a government money, it's not easy to do anything with the government in terms of the process, right? So what is the guarantee that you're going to do it? So I said, okay, I'll get the MOUs. So I went ahead and approached all the folks in 2017. Then Puvad Ajay Garu, I really want to acknowledge and thank him for making that happen. And all the couple of entrepreneurs here. So who believed in that whole idea, gave letters, MOUs, Memorandum of Understanding, and then I took all 19 companies' MOUs, go to the government, went back, I said, okay, these are the MOUs, now do it. So then in 2017, June, K.T. Ramarao came and he did the Bhumi Puja. I said, still things are not that great because broadband is an issue, power is still a scarcity. But I said, okay, we'll do it. So come 2020, that becomes a dream come true, and he came in COVID, December 7th, and he opened it and he said, Lax, I'm walking in this building and I see positive vibes. So it was a change and blessing in disguise. COVID created an opportunity, as Vijay said, a lot of companies moving jobs away and let people work from home, right? So now it became a global, in a small global village. I see a lot of folks working from small villages. So I think now that becomes history. Now everyone is talking about, okay, let's go to tier 2, tier 3 cities. So I was attending the Mass Mutual meeting. KTR said, okay, let's create 50,000 employees in tier 2 cities and tier 3 cities because now we have power, we have broadband. There's no limitation. That's just belief. But when we started off, yes, there are some challenges. I don't want to talk about challenges. We are leaders. We want to talk about solutions. We're not here to talk about challenges. So that's not my objective. But thanks to Karthik, and he did differently. I think he didn't take government help. But the reason I asked for government help, we can make it big. So I can do a 50,000 building, it's not a big deal. But the challenge is, if the government has a buy-in, it takes a long way. So it's like 8 years story, a lot of challenges. But I really want to thank the government, make it happen. And good friend Vijay took over the charge and he called me, Lax, are you in charge for Khammam? I saw your name. So that's when we started working closely, and thanks to Srikant Garu for helping task. We did a job mail, 5,500 kids in 24 hours, just one job post. And we couldn't handle the load in people, right? One day, how can we do 5,500 interviews? But the task did a great job. So we were able to hire 500 and 450 people right now. We are short of space, so the government also, K.T. Ramarao came and did a phase 2. So that was a really great journey. So, but that's I want to say, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
If I may add my 2 cents.
Please.
So when I spoke, I said, when we started in 2011, right? So there was obviously no infrastructure, there was no task, there's no Vijay Garu. And but it was very heartening to hear all the incentives. So I think for everybody else who wants to start, right? Imagine fast tracking that 5 years. For the first 5 years, 2011 to 16, we completely operated in stealth mode because we didn't want to go to a tier 2 and fail, especially in a town where our family hails from, right? So we didn't talk about it because of all these challenges. We didn't know broadband. We didn't know challenges about manpower, training. So, but it's amazing work that Task is doing, Srikant Garu. Thank you for sharing that. And now, in our next journey, I'm sure we can seek a lot of your help. And of course, Vijay Garu has always been a constant support. But again, it's good to know that it's possible. But for new startups who are coming, you're really fast-tracking 5 years and not having to go through all the challenges that somebody has to overcome, like Lax had to go through, we had to go through. So.
And again, he's adding 500 more jobs in Karimnagar this year. And Lax, thanks for doubling my 25,000 to 50,000.
Well, I think they are building a mutual admiration society, thanking each other. Thank you, Karthik, for taking that. You stole my question. That was my next question for you. Let me ask Raju Garu. We're talking about technology. We're talking about all skills, different AI, ML, all of the emerging technologies. What do you think are the opportunities for creating a pool of legal talent?
Now I think even legal also a lot of things are moving towards technology. A lot of regulatory compliances are happening through online mechanism. And AI also, and I think some of the IBM bots are now coming up with the giving the opinions, reading the judgments, simplifying it. So a lot of changes are coming in the legal industry also. So that will definitely will help the lawyers. But again, it's a threat for the lawyers. Like the doctors also having the threat, and a lot of industries getting threat. So with this AI and the reading and all that, I think lawyers also will have a threat. But definitely will be an advantage for the lawyers.
Okay. So before I move on to my last question, I would like to ask the audience if you have any questions for the panel. Jay is waiting.
I just want to comment, Srikant Garu. I think this is an amazing model, even in the US, to figure out how to create high-paying jobs in the rural and underserved areas, how to partner with community colleges there. That's the biggest challenge. President Biden's Build Back Better plan, also training and workforce development is the biggest part of it. So I think this is a great role model that can be copied, I think, across the world. So I want to just mention, welcome Jayesh Ranjanji. Please come have a seat here. So I want to see if you have any metrics on the success of your task, such as the number of employment that you have created, how many people are recruited from colleges and got jobs, anything or in terms of number of people getting recruited or in terms of the revenue they are generating. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for that question. I think it's a very interesting question, and I would not take any credit of it, because I think this is the model that the Honorable Minister had actually looked at, and of course under the leadership of Jayesh Ranjanji and guidance, we were able to bring tasks to this level. Today when we talk about the recruitments, etc., as I said, about 300 to 400 companies recruit regularly from the task-trained students itself. So we have direct placements and indirect placements. So we do job fairs, like we said. So we have done close to about 900 plus job fairs as of date. So that's the number of job fairs. And typically when we are talking about job fair, we talk about at least 200 to 1,000 people getting placed, depending on whether it's in the beginning of the year, before the industry placements, etc. happen, or it's later on. So that's typically how the whole thing works. For every job that we give directly through task, right, we also assist our colleges, our affiliated colleges, registered colleges, to run their job fairs also. So if I look at it, probably about 1 lakh students would have already got job in the last 7 years of existence of task itself. So that's typically what it is.
Thank you so much.
Great program. No other state has it, if I understand.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
It's immensely helping the corporates to get the talent, especially that's needed our.
Thank you so much.
And just one thing more. And the thing is that we have centers in any IT star that is coming up. There'll be a task center also over there, so that we can reach out to the district level itself and train the people over there, so that you get the ready resources when you want them, where you want them.
Thank you, Srikant. Thank you, Jay, for that wonderful question. Before we move on, I would like to welcome Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Principal Secretary, IT Government of Telangana. Thank you so much, sir. Jay Garu has a question for the panel.
I have one question to all the panelists. The way startup ecosystem is developing in India, you are seeing in T-Hub and entire Hyderabad ecosystem. How do you see a startup ecosystem happening in the rural districts like Karimnagar, Khammam? So do you think T-Hub extensions will happen in those rural areas also?
Yeah, Jagar, I can answer that question. So when we met the Minister Garu, K.T. Ramarao Garu, right? So he made it sure we have an incubation center. In Khammam, in a 5th floor, we have where we allot 5-seater, 7-seater, 10-seater kind of thing. So to kind of accommodate all the startups. So that ecosystem has been built in as part of the system right now. So, I mean, kids approach from IIT and all said, hey, Lex, can we start things from there? So that's happening, Jagar.
Just to add to the same question, I think we also have in IT Hub Khammam phase 1, we also have a team of 10 already with an idea that we are already nurturing them.
We are ourselves running a program called as I4TS, Samajika Avishkarandu Salamaina Jivitanki. So this is a program on social innovation. We look at social innovation, rural entrepreneurship. So definitely we run those programs also so that we can get better innovators coming up right from the grassroots.
I think as Lax mentioned, in each of the IT centers that we are going to set up, we are going to create centers for WeHub, Task, Innovation, so T-Hub. So each of them will have ecosystem there to work with the local companies, local people to drive up innovation and try to get to the next level.
You should set up T-Fund also along with that.
So T-Fund is here and we'll definitely try to take it up to the local this year.
LPs are here. You should ask all the LPs from America Telugu Association to create one T-Hub, T-Fund.
T-Fund. In fact, guys, like when I went to Seattle and Virginia, I was able to meet 30 companies with Jay and Lax and everybody, and also Charlotte. So there has been fairly good response and across the country. So definitely we want to take the challenge up and try to get a fund set up. And as Jay Chaudhary Garu mentioned, your funding can go for a much longer time here to run the companies and get out the products rather than spending it in Silicon Valley. So let's make it happen here.
All right, thank you so much. Before we conclude, I'll take one last question.
Thank you, Rasmita. Thank you, panel. You did an excellent job, Tier 2 and Tier 3. My question to you, how hard is to communicate with the main management, like DRS management? How difficult it is to communicate? Because we've been trying to reach out to 5 minutes appointment, all auto leaders, we did not get it. It's very hard to get appointment. Like, we are leaders here, they spend money, they have companies. It's very hard to communicate with the mainstream. How hard are you guys to communicate to mainstream?
I can take that. I have the most experience. As you see, Jayesh Garu, he's been communicating on WhatsApp. So last 7 years, 8 years, that's my communication. And sir's email ID is openly given to everybody. And he's very prompt. His office is very prompt in responding. So irrespective of the government and the bureaucratic process is very simple. And as Vijay has been appointed, and he did touring in USA, last 3-4 cities. So I think Vijay's email IDs also can be shared. And now that we have experience, we'll be happy to make things simple for other districts to come in.
Definitely, guys, if there is any interest for you to set up any IT centers in your own districts or in your own towns, as long as you can generate an internal demand of 250, we'll try to get more added to that and try to get the IT center set up. So there's definitely interest on the part of the government and to make it happen. And so far, government has been doing it, all the investments to create this plug and play, but we'll be definitely open to PPP, where private-public partnerships models can be developed. So we're definitely looking at those options as you guys can come up and deliver them.
Thank you so much, Vijay.
I've also had similar experiences. The accessibility has been superb, at least for those with the intent to set up. And in fact, the Minister Garu proactively asked me to do something in Karimnagar, get out of stealth mode, set something up and have a large operation. So, and of course, Jayesh Garu has always been accessible and very easy to reach. So as long as the intent is there and we have a plan in place, I don't think most of us have had challenges in reaching.
Thank you so much, Karthik. I think Vasu has one last question.
Thank you for the opportunity. I thank Lax and also Mr. Jay Talluri for making Khammam proud in the map of Telangana, and also Mr. Karthik for Karimnagar. And I know Warangal is also a successful story. We have 33 districts. Out of these 3 plus Hyderabad Rangal removed, then there are 28 districts which requires America Telugu Association to focus, bring the folks to their respective districts, see that every district, 33 districts should have IT hub. And also I request Vijayji to look into it, and also Srikanji, so that at least the task should have training centers in all the districts. You know, I don't know why Jay has left our Kottagudem. He is from Kottagudem. I think next should be the Kottagudem IT hub should come up. I request Talluri sir to look into it. And also Mr. Jayesh is there. I really appreciate the kind of accessible he is and the proactive for the industry and all the NRIs. I request to look into this so as to have all the 33 districts as IT hubs. And I also thank for the second phase of IT hub Khammam and hope it will come to light very soon. And we wish again Mr. Vijay Ragnar to come back to Khammam for inauguration. Thank you all for the opportunity.
Thank you, Vasu. Well, since that was not a question, I would like to conclude with one last question. It's only 10 seconds each of you have. And if you have to share a myth that you want to burst about moving or setting up office in tier 2 cities, what would that be? We'll take one myth from each of you.
I'm from a small town from Andhra, not even tier 2 or tier 3. So biggest problem I faced is the communication skills. I also have that similar thought that when companies are moving to the tier 2 and tier 3, but I talked to Lax, he told me that the communication skills of tier 2 and tier 3 human resources right now are very, very good, not like earlier years. I think that is the one thing.
I think the biggest thing for us has been the myth about lack of talent, and I think we found the Karimnagar team to be more committed and more talented than, not to take anything from our Hyderabad. They've been really, really committed set of folks and no challenges on that front at all for us. So.
I think when I interact with these kids in this tier 2, there is a lot more hunger in the belly and their attitude to learn. So somebody has a right attitude to learn and there's a hunger in the belly, I would take up any challenge along with them to take it up. And I think it's been extremely successful for us.
The myth has already been broken over there itself, but what I'd like to add is, especially from the investor's point of view, is in case you're thinking that you will not get the right talent or you don't have the trained talent, we will make it happen for you.
Yeah, it's the same thing what Raju addressed, the communication. Unfortunately in this room, 90% are from rural areas, and we're forgetting the roots and saying that is the communication good. But unfortunately, fortunately, the communication has been better than our times because we all went to government schools, no disrespect. But last 20 years, there is so much momentum in the convent schools. Even a low-paying and rickshaw puller wants to send their kid to a convent schools. So we cannot teach communication, we can teach technology, but communication has been really good. In Khammam, we have almost 500 kids. No one really got laid off or fired because of the communication. That I really proudly say. And their communication is really good to those who follow our Twitter and LinkedIn. They're posting great stories last 1 year. It's nobody told them to post anything. It's touching their lives really. So let's come out of that myth of lack of communication. Just test it. We've been here. Karthik has been doing it for 8 years. We are doing for the last 1 year. Anyone can really vouch for this. So please do. And this is really, you should feel it really. So just do it. That's it. Thank you.
Just one last thing is also innovation. Innovation is actually coming, we are seeing that coming from tier 2. It's no longer Silicon Valley, but it could happen from Karimnagar too, right? So we are seeing a lot of the good ideas. We put a product challenge out for our team, and we've seen the best of ideas come from our Karimnagar team. So there is innovation also, and I'm glad to hear that there is, incubators coming up in each of the hubs in each of the towns. So thank you for doing that from the government of Telangana.
Rafi, good evening. I'm Jay Talluri. I'm part of IT Hub in Khammam. initially I was very hesitant and skeptical of moving some of my talent to Khammam or getting talent from Khammam. See, I'm in product business. Product marketing is very, very difficult. Getting people and selling it from Hyderabad itself is a challenge. So mostly we were preferring to have our salespeople from US, from New York or somewhere. So we have few people from Hyderabad, they are doing okay. But, you know, I have more inclination towards my hometown, home district, and ఇందాక మీరు చెప్పారు కదా, I have some setup in Khammam also. It's not Khammam, somewhere in the industry, in the spinning mills, but this is IT, I moved there. So there are few girls started from, for the marketing. I have a product called Nimble accounting product. And they are doing extremely, well. They're doing better job than most of the senior salespeople whom I have in Hyderabad. Because it's not about communication, it is about the zeal in them. So we are now, we want to hire more people, provided if they build another second phase and third phase. Because at one point I was talking to Mr. Srikanth, hiring another 50 people or 100 people there, and it did not take off because there's a place constraint and everything. So the myth is, you have, there are talent. It's not about the communication, it's about their zeal, fire in the belly, as Mr. Vijay said. We have so much talent out there, and my advice to most of the business people here from our US, it's easy to get the talent and it's easy to train them, and they'll adapt very well. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Taluri. As a conclusion, I would definitely like to conclude saying that the myths are broken. The myths are broken. Talent pool is available. The kind of skill sets that you need is available. The infrastructure that you need is available. And more so, the ecosystem is all available. You just now saw there was a mutual admiration society. Everybody was thanking each other because everybody has helped. So any of you wanting to move or wanting to expand to tier 2 cities, this is the time. You have the ecosystem that's built in, you have the talent that you want, and you definitely can grow your business. There's no doubt about it. So we urge you to also focus on tier 2 and tier 3 cities so that we don't crowd the tier 1 cities. All right. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all of you. I would like to thank my panel for adding in and giving all the insights that we wanted to know. Thank you so much. We request you to please be on the stage. I request Jay Chella and Kasi Kota, Bhuvanesh Pujala, and ma'am, please, Madhu Gomineni, please. Okay. We would like to thank Karthik Pulsani, CEO Eclat Solutions, Health IT Solutions. I request Anil Budireddy to please come up on stage and thank Srikanth Sinha, CEO Telangana Academy of Skill and Knowledge. I would request Mr. Gautam Goli to please come up on stage and thank VVS and Raju, founder and managing partner, Juris Prime Law Services. We would like to request Mr. Venu Pisiketi to please come up on stage And thanks Lax Chepuri, CEO Technogen Inc. I would like to request Mr. Sudhir Bandaru to please come up on stage and acknowledge Mr. Vijay Rangineni, CEO IT Investment, Government of Telangana. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you to my panel. Okay. Please be... Okay, stand here for a group picture. Thank you. Thank you.
She has dual role, right? Because she's doing the overall marketing.
Good job. Thank you all for being such a wonderful audience. Request you to please be seated. We are moving towards the closure of the ceremony. Before we close, I would request Mr. Jay Chella to please give us a little more insights about ATA, American Telugu Association.
Thank you, Rashmi, and we are waiting for a keynote speech by Jayesh Ranjanji, and we sincerely appreciate him accepting this request. But I just want to mention, Jayeshji, about American Telugu Association, especially the business conference portion of the American Telugu Association. Since 2014, we've been conducting every 2 years a business seminar in Hyderabad, and the intent of that business seminars, guys, please, one second. The intent of these business seminars has been to increase interaction between Telugu NRIs in the US and Telangana business people here, and increase the interaction and also have more networking between the two folks, NRI folks. And second is to mentor and invest in startup companies in India, and especially those ones in Telangana. And we have done an amazing job on that. And third is to encourage this US-based company to invest in second-tier cities. You know, last time you mentioned about that, and you went back and asked Times of India to contact us. We gave a lot of interviews and press releases how companies should move there. And we have been doing a great job. I just want to say this ATA business seminar is not a one-time thing. This is a continuous efforts by the organization to come and work with the Telangana government and to invest in that. I would say at least, I was just counting the amount of investment that has come into Telangana just from the friends in Washington, D.C., Atlanta, Chicago, where there is a huge, business folks of ATA. Over 20 million, just that I can count on my fingers, have come into these states, right? Hundreds of crores have come in. Hundreds of employment have been created in the second-tier cities. So I just want to mention, highlight, and let you know some of the things that American Telugu Association has been doing on the business side of it. With that, Rashmi, I'll give it back to Rashmi. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay Garu. And I'm sure they're all doing an amazing job. Okay, moving on. I would like Mr. Jayesh Ranjan to please come up on the stage, and also request the leadership team of ATA to please come up on the stage. So just to give you an update, we had 10 pitches that was done earlier this day, and we had the team from Succeed do all the pre-curation and get all the pitches for us. So we have chosen 3 winners from the team. Okay, while everybody is busy with the pictures, people sitting out there, any guesses who's got the 3rd prize? Yeah? All right. Okay. Picture time done. Yeah. Mr. Photographer, thank you. All right. The 3rd prize goes to our very own health tech company providing digital solution for holistic wellness based on Ayurvedic principles. Again, that's I think Sandeep Acharya to please come up on stage. So 3rd prize winner gets a cash prize of rupees 50,000. Congratulations, Sandeep. The 2nd prize, any guesses? The 2nd prize goes to the EduTech Vernacular Test Service Provider. EduGorilla, I request Rohit Manglik to please come up on stage. 2nd prize is a cash prize of rupees 1 lakh. INR. Congratulations, Rohit. Okay, I think the first prize at least we should take a guess. Any guesses? Awesome, that's a bingo. Yes. The first prize goes to Hyderabad-based cross-border commerce SaaS platform, Unimart. And I would request Shayak to please come up on stage. Okay, since Shayak is not there, Vinita would collect the check from the judges of chief guest. The first prize winner gets a cash prize of 1,50,000 rupees. I would also like to take this opportunity to invite the Succeed team on stage to please come up. You guys have done an amazing job this day. Request the Succeed team to please come up on stage.
While the Succeed team is coming onto the stage and taking the picture, but the man behind a lot of these details, I know Kashi has been working hard, but Lax Chepuri, I really want to give a big round of applause to Lax. And Kashi Kotta has been taken the initiatives. When he has taken the initiative, he solicited the help of Lax. So thank you both for, making this a huge success.
Thank you, Jay Garu. No, I'm also part of the Succeed team. Thank you so much, Team Succeed. With that, I would like to request Mr. Jayesh Ranjan to please speak a few words, a keynote speaker address to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rashmi Garu. My greetings to all of you. Apologies that I could come only at the fag end of this very successful business conference. Greetings to all the senior leaders of ATA, my colleagues who are here. Let me first of all congratulate the 3 startups who succeeded in getting this very important validation, very important recognition, because the people who evaluated you are people who are familiar with the best, the highest standards of the world. And if they find some value and some merit in your solution, in your product, obviously that should be a very big motivation for you to kind of take your ideas further, scale it up, try to do even better, etc. So greetings to the three startups who succeeded. Let me also acknowledge the tremendous amount of respect that we have for ATA right from the very beginning. You have been a true partner to our vision to make Telangana a very, very progressive state. 7 years ago, seven and a half years ago, that is, when the new state of Telangana was created. See, as many of you would know, this is not the first instance of new states being created in the country. In fact, in 2001 also 3 states were created. Before that also new states were created. But if you look at, let us say, the 3 states which got created in 2001, 20 years have gone by, 2 decades have gone by, and it is only out of politeness that we call those 3 states as some developing states, emerging states. When we know for sure that nothing more will develop there, nothing more will emerge out of those places. They've all kind of underperformed, they have kind of failed, and so on and so forth. So there was a very strong likelihood that Telangana could have also gone down the same path. And there were many people who were not in favor of this bifurcation. They actually were hoping that this is exactly what will happen, and what they had been forecasting, the prophets of doom, as we can call them, their wishes would have come true. But we know that what has happened is completely the opposite of what was thought or what was predicted by the prophets of doom. Not only has Telangana not succeeded, but it has become a national role model in literally everything. I mean, for example, this institution that we are occupying right now, this is the T Hub, as you would have found out by now.
No other state had this 7 years ago, and when we became the first state, that led to a very interesting rat race amongst other states to catch up. But still they could not understand the DNA behind these kind of institutions, the way talent is attracted to run these kind of places and so on and so forth. So in every aspect, whatever you see, it's not just economic indices like per capita income, GSDP growth, the contribution the state makes to the national economy, etc. Even for welfare programs. So for example, in early days of Telangana, a very important flagship program that was rolled out is called Mission Bhagiratha, to provide pipe drinking water to every home. So in the US and all, as you would have seen, every home gets piped water, but that is not true of India. I mean, there are hundreds of villages today where you have to go to a public standpoint to fetch water. And obviously there are lots of social dimensions into that. As you know, the villages are not homogeneous, there's a hierarchy, so fetching water also is hierarchically determined. There's a gender issue because typically it is the women who are asked to go and fetch water in the rural areas. Many of you have rural backgrounds, so I'm sure you would have seen these things happening before your own eyes. But all that has changed in the state, and every village today has, every home in every village today has piped drinking water. There are certain goals that we have taken that are even more audacious. So when we were doing this Mission Bhagiratha, we were digging almost 150,000 kilometers of trenches. And our minister got this smart idea that along with the water pipeline, why don't we put other stuff in the trenches? And automatically it was felt that optic fiber cable will be a great idea so that every home gets connected. And we are very close to reaching that milestone now. In fact, we are in, December is getting over, so I presume that by August of next year, by August of 2022, we will be in a position to declare that every home in Telangana, every household in Telangana has optic fiber cable. So these are some to really aim so high and most importantly deliver so well. See, this is something which people speak about Telangana, the kind of reputation that we have built, that not only do we stand up on our words, we actually deliver much more than what people expect. So these are certain things which we all feel very proud about, and as I mentioned in the very beginning, you have been a true partner for the state, the support that you have given. So for instance, the idea that when IT industry, as you know, just before the bifurcation, let us say in 2012, 2013, 2014, there was a negative sentiment about Hyderabad. I mean, let us be honest about it. There was a belief that this state, if at all a new state comes up, which eventually came up on 2nd of June 2014, but in 2012 or 2011 or 2013, etc., there was a very serious feeling that in case a state eventually comes up, we should be very careful of that state. The state is most likely to become a kind of a anti-development, anti-progress. It'll have some completely parochial kind of an agenda. It will not allow anything to flourish, anything to grow. And I know for sure that actually at that time it was obviously a combined state, but many big ticket investments were lost. The way it is happening in, let us say, Andhra Pradesh of today, investments are getting lost, companies are moving out, companies are fleeing that state. Something similar was happening in the Hyderabad region in the combined state in those days. But we now know that after 2014, when the new state of Telangana has come into being, the kind of that negativity, the negative sentiments, how quickly it has turned into a feeling of positivity, optimism. In fact, you will not know this, but last year, or you may know this, or intuitively you may know this, but you may not have the numbers. Last year, which has gone by, obviously it has been a very difficult year. The whole world has suffered, and very, very unfortunate, forgettable kind of year. Nothing good has happened in that area. But the silver lining of this year has been the growth of the IT industry. In fact, the highest IT sector hiring in any calendar year in the preceding 7 years was last year. more number of jobs were created, more number of opportunities were created. And of course, now when we analyze and look at it, we know the reason. It is because of the advanced pace of digitalization, the pace of employing digital technologies, applications, the kind of disruption sectors have witnessed, and everyone has realized. In fact, today, just before coming here, I was addressing a conference organized by the real estate sector. There is an association of the real estate sector which is called CREDAI, and the Hyderabad chapter is organizing a conference at the HICC, at the convention center. And this is something I spoke about there also. I told them that the pace of digitalization is so much now that, and typically real estate sector, etc., is still dominated by 18th century, 19th century kind of business practices. I was suggesting to them that if you fail to modernize yourself, fail to keep pace, you will be left behind. Companies from Bangalore, already as you see today, I mean, while there are a large number of property developers in Hyderabad, but the skyline is dominated by people from Bangalore. If you just step out of, you know, I mean, this is what area, Gachibowli. If you just go to Raidurg, for example, it's all Bangalore companies who are kind of capturing the skyline. So I was telling something similar, that you also have to, from 19th century, you have to move to 21st century very, very fast. And so anyway, the point which I'm trying to make is that our efforts in attracting new investors, new companies, taking the spread to tier 2 towns, tier 3 towns, all this has been bearing good fruits, and obviously all of you know this, how it has happened. This model again is something which other states have now started emulating. In fact, many states have recognized that trying to chase a Microsoft to invest in, let us say, a small place, or Google to invest in a small place will never happen. I mean, even if they spend their lifetime behind, they will just not be able to move that needle. But it is far easier to appeal to the diaspora, and many of you who have now have had the experience of setting up IT centers in a smaller location and running it for a couple of years. I'm sure you have also realized that while you may have been motivated in the beginning through a sentiment of, I'm from Telangana, I should give back, but at some point in time you would have also realized that it's not just giving back. Of course you are giving back, but you are also getting back quite a lot. It is also making lots of business sense. Had you set up that facility in Hyderabad, or had you continued to grow further in the US, you might have gained something, but the gains are much more by putting it in Telangana, in let us say Karimnagar or a Khammam or a Warangal there. The talent is as good as anywhere else, and we are constantly seeking your feedback and inputs to improve the quality of that talent. If you tell us that there are still some skills which they are missing, in fact, I was very happy to hear the earlier panel mention that there was a belief that they won't be good in communication, but that is not proving to be right. Maybe they may not be perfect, they may not be very, very well versed in these kind of soft skills, but it's not that they're completely trash and we just can't look at them. We have some stuff, and if we work with that, we will be able to refine them, polish them, and so on and so forth. So, as I said, while you have taken the plunge, you have also recognized that it is a good decision to make, and the example that you have given is now being emulated by so many others. Other states are now trying to replicate this model, that they pick small towns, they also create plug-and-play facilities, they also do some skilling, and they find some anchors who will be able to take the first leap, and they will be able to motivate others, and so on and so forth. So this is again one area where we have led the whole country into subscribing to a new model. Looking ahead, there are 3-4 new thoughts that are kind of brewing in our minds. We have not created any policy, or we have not announced anything, but we are conscious. We are very actively working on certain things which we wanted to. I want to kind of bring to your notice and attention. And if you feel that these are also fruitful areas where we can do some things together, then that is something, again, we'll be very happy to partner with ATA. So three thoughts that I wanted to leave behind. One pertains to rural innovation and entrepreneurship. Now, T-Hub, as you know, while we are confined into this room, But if you go out and go up on the floors, and now maybe no one will be there, but suppose you had come earlier, or if you come again another day and go up to the third floor or fourth floor, etc., you will find lots of startups. And you will find that most of them are urban kind of guys. They're people who studied in some college in Hyderabad, they speak English, they have some engineering degree, they are well versed with computing and so on and so forth. So, and the same is true if you, for instance, go to VHub or if you go to T-Works or any other incubator in Hyderabad, you will find something similar. So, the sense which we got, we noticed it pretty early when T-Hub was starting its journey, that this is catering largely to a very small section of the population and a large section is getting left out. And obviously, since many of you have rural roots, rural backgrounds, I'm sure you know that there is lots of innovation happening at all times, literally, in the rural areas also. In fact, the rural areas have so many service deficiencies, but you never find people revolting all the times. I mean, given the levels of service deficiencies in the rural areas, one would have imagined that there is a war happening 24/7. People are protesting, agitating, killing each other, shouting, but nothing of that happens. People are calmly leading their lives and all that. And one of the reasons is that while there are deficiencies, they have also been able to find some local solutions to work through those deficiencies. And typically in our Indian culture, there's a tendency to look down upon rural and people who are not. See, I'm from north. In the north, there is a word which is used very, very inappropriately, which is called dehati. Like, for example, he's I mean, not you. I'm just randomly suggesting that he's a dehati. So the literal meaning of dehati is a person who is from a rural area. అంటే ఇక్కడ తెలుగులో అంటారు కదా, ఊరు నుంచి వచ్చారు, పల్లెటూరు మనిషి, ఊరు. సో వాళ్ళని ఇట్లా తక్కువగా చూడడం, కింద పరిచయం ఇట్లాంటివి చేస్తారు. బట్ ఇన్ UP, from where I come from, dehati means that he's an uncultured, he's an uncouth, he's not worth mingling with me or talking to me, and so on and so forth. So we actually, by these kind of thoughts and mentality, etc., mindset and attitudes, we cut ourselves from potentially lots of successful and potentially lots of useful and socially impactful work which is happening in 80% of that India. So we want to change that, and very consciously we have started engaging with rural entrepreneurs, rural innovators. We have set up an institution which is called the Telangana State Innovation Cell, TSIC. And one of the mandates of TSIC, while they do other things also, but one of their mandates is this, to uncover or to discover good work which is happening in rural areas by rural people themselves, rural innovators. And for the last 4 years that they have been doing this exercise, they have identified some amazing kind of talent. People who have so much of imagination, creativity, so much of skills that, I mean, you will feel amazed at the kind of things they do. But obviously, they have not gone to a school, to a college formally. They don't have PhD kind of degrees. They don't know science in a formal way. So there is a little bit of crudity in the solutions that they have developed, but it is possible to refine them, make them useful. So this is one turnaround that we want to bring, that creativity and skills and all is not someone's proprietorship. I mean, it is available in the entire society, and if we have not identified it in some pockets, then it is our fault, not their fault. So they can be given a huge platform if ATA formally. So again, I don't want to be the cause of any dispute or anything, but I can just give you an example. I mean, it is not to suggest anything in any other way. It is just an example and nothing more. So another Telugu association in America decided to support a rural innovation which has been created for weavers. There's a rural innovator who has created a machine for reducing the drudgery of. See, as you know, I mean, I'm sure you know weavers. I mean, you know weaving. But in weaving, what happens is that whenever a thread breaks, then you have to come out of the pit, you have to move around, you have to fix it. It's a kind of a physically a very demanding kind of work. So he has created an invention that if any thread breaks, you don't have to move around, come out and all. You can mend it where you are. So another association chose to support it, and they encouraged that creator to mass produce it and, subsidize part of the cost to other weavers, etc. So, I mean, this is a model to think of. I'm not saying that you also support the weavers only. There are hundreds of other things you can do, but this is an idea which others are kind of toying with, to identify good rural innovators, look at their products. And TSIC has a catalog of, I would imagine, more than 100 such products and solutions. But of course, they can be adopted as it is. They require a little bit of some improvements, some refinements, technology upgradation, and so on and so forth. So this is one thought. The second is that I do not know how severe this issue is in the US, but we know that there is a big issue in the European we read a news about UK, about England, that is, that all the petrol pumps have run out of petrol. I think you call it gas, gas antaru. So gas stations have run out of gas. And it is not that there is no gas available. Gas is available, but there are no drivers to drive the tankers to these gas stations. And it caused so much of hardship to people because there is no gas. So it creates a break in the economy because there is no mobility and so on and so forth. And then we did a little bit of deep dive. There is a UK Deputy High Commission's office here, and we did some analysis and deep dive, and they were able to identify at least a dozen such kind of areas where they don't have people at all. So I don't know whether it is only a UK issue, because UK, as you know, has some Brexit kind of context. Some people people who used to come to the UK maybe are not coming because of some Brexit. But the sense I get is that it is a wider problem. It is not just a UK problem. I do not know how much this issue matters in the US, but if it does, can we create a channel or a pipeline through which young people, see right now young people from this place, as many of you would be aware, go to Middle East largely, to Gulf countries, to those 6-7 countries. And the reality of those 6-7 countries is that it is no more a land of gold and milk and honey. In fact, they hardly earn anything. There's so much of exploitation, so much of torture. COVID period, these 18 months, showed the extreme inhuman side of those rulers, or the true nature of those countries, the way they treated people from India and Pakistan maybe, and Bangladesh and all that, the subcontinent. So this is another thought that we are seeing, that if there is a global skill shortage of a certain kind, can we create a pipeline in a very structured and organized way? It of course requires working through the government. We can't do something illegally of sending, people, and it's not a body shop kind of thing. So how can you guide us and help us? Because I see lots of opportunities for at least some people to do something with dignity, get some returns, make some money, and maybe come back. It's not that they will live there forever. It's a contractual kind of job for a couple of years or so. The third thing which I wanted to discuss about is about the quality of higher education in this country, and particularly in Telangana. So some of you may not know this, but I was also the officiating Vice Chancellor of a technology school here called JNTU, Jawaharlal Nehru Technology University. But what I'm going to say may not make you feel very proud. So anyway, then I'll change the topic. So I wanted to share only 2 thoughts I've shared, and I'd like to thank all of you. No, I would stop here. 30 years ago, is it? But he looks like a young Alan. No, but you have caught me on the wrong foot. No, so I had a great time. It's a great university. It's like the Stanford of Hyderabad. So I'm very happy. Please support that university. But anyway, all the same, I'm very happy that you are doing these kind of programs. Please continue to, you mentioned that the business conference is a regular feature. So please do more of it. And anything else that you want to work with the government. While I have some thoughts, you also might have come across your own observations, etc. So please feel free to bring anything which is there in your mind to my knowledge, and let us have a fruitful long-term partnership. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jayashranjan. Thank you so much. No wonder the state of Telangana is progressing so much under the vision, supervision of thought leaders and visionaries like you. We would like to honor you and thank you for coming over. Thank you so much. Before we move to the closure, I would like to thank all of you for being a wonderful audience, and thank you so much for taking your valuable time for all of us. Before I invite Lax for an official vote of thanks to all of you, I would like to thank our support team here who has worked in the background to make this show a beautiful success. Getting back to my role, before we do an official vote of thanks from Lax, I would like to thank the support team, the Technogen team, Anup, Arvind and Shivmani for doing all the creatives for us. And I also have the Broadgate team, Vamshi, Mahendran and Munindra for all the support work that was given. I would also like to thank our venue partner, T-Hub. And I would also like to thank Somi Reddy Law Group for giving a beautiful snack for all of us. Thank you so much. Lax, I would request you to give, okay.
Thank you for all our team who supported me to move forward this conference. I'm especially thankful to Lax, Jay, Kiran, Bonesh, Anil, Madhu, and all my colleagues. Thank you very much. And also my office, Broadgate, those people who are helping me from the beginning of the planning. Thank you very much. Special thanks to Rashmika. She's, thank you. I'm done. So we have a dinner at Film Nagar Club. Please be there, and everybody should come and enjoy our hosting. Thank you. 7 p.m.
flake.
Pavani, thank you for all the plaques and mementos. Getting them, she always does a great job. Even in the last business seminar 2 years ago, both in Vizag and Hyderabad, she helped a lot. Thank you, Pavani. Madhugar.
Thank you everyone for being a wonderful audience. And please join us for dinner at the Film Nagar Club. We can all go directly from here. Also, do not forget to register yourself for the ATA conference happening on July 1st, 2nd, 3rd at Washington, D.C. Thank you. See you all there.
अच्छा అది బాక్స్ అక్కడ అడ్డు పెట్టాను అది